cek satu, cek 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 satu dua tiga, cek 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 satu dua tiga, cek satu dua, cek cek satu dua tiga, cek cek satu dua tiga, cek cek satu dua tiga, cek cek cek, kan?
Cek, cek, cek satu.
Within the space of just a few decades, the term sustainability has made an extraordinary rise to fame, going from the fringes to the mainstream, as it has become one of the defining features of 21st century reality. Today, the term sustainability encompasses a whole paradigm shift to our understanding of the world and our place within it. This new paradigm of sustainability is set to have a fundamental and pervasive effect on how we manage and design systems in the 21st century, as it will affect all aspects of our economy. This short film explores the ongoing transformation in the structure of our economies as a new form of sustainable economy emerges. The environment represents the whole ecosystem that a society depends upon for various services, such as water, materials, food, and energy. When we refer to the environment, we are really talking about a combination of natural ecosystem and human economy, what is called a socio-ecological system. The nature of socio-ecological systems has changed fundamentally over the course of human history, as we have developed new technologies, institutions, and tapped into new energy sources. The development of the practice of agriculture some 8,000 years ago represented the first fundamental change in this dynamic, as we created systematic processes for harnessing natural resources based around the technology of farming. At this point in history, humans were dispersed across the continents, and the Neolithic Revolution was ongoing. The Neolithic Revolution was a fundamental change in the socio-ecological systems of the time, where the shift from hunting and gathering to agriculture led to permanent settlements, the establishment of social classes, the eventual rise of urban living, and large civilizations. Before the modern era, people were very much aware of their environmental limitations. Interactions within socio-ecological systems were local in nature. The majority of traditional societies are the net result of a long process of coevolution between a group of people and their natural environment, which created strong limitations to what was physically and biologically possible and what was not. The majority of people were small-scale subsistence farmers. Most of the agricultural production was for home consumption. Agricultural techniques were adapted to local environmental conditions. The amount of land that each family could cultivate was limited by the large amount of human or animal labor that was necessary for agriculture. For thousands of years, agrarianism formed the foundations to many civilizations that rose and fell around the world. The rise of the modern era some 500 years ago in Europe, created the context for a whole new dynamic in the relationship between humans and their natural environment. With a shift from a dominant pre-modern religious vision of the world to a modern scientific view came a whole new way of seeing the natural environment. This new scientific knowledge got directly applied to the engineering of our physical environment, giving rise to the explosive technological change that was the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution that started in the late 1700s represented a radical dislocation between society and the ecosystem. Agriculture changed in Europe when the Industrial Revolution made it possible to use machines instead of human and animal labor for work such as plowing fields and harvesting crops. Starting with mechanization, the chain of effects can be traced through as machines gave farmers the ability to cultivate larger areas of land. Farm sizes and worker productivity increased dramatically as mechanized agriculture is more efficient on a larger scale. The mass of society moved from working the land into the newly industrializing urban centers, where large markets for goods and labor came, the new organizational structure prevailing over their daily subsistence, and a new way of life that was divorced from local ecosystems emerged. A major part of this changing dynamic was the harnessing of new energy sources that were greatly more powerful than anything humans had used to fuel their economies before. The large-scale combustion to the energy sources of coal, oil, and gas enabled the transition to new mass manufacturing processes as they shifted from manual to mechanical. These initial changes in technology, economy, society, and ecology set in motion a series of changes, such as increasing economies of scale, commodification and urbanization that through interconnected feedback loops continues to this day in many countries around the world. Although it is apparent that the Industrial Revolution ushered in an unprecedented global human impact on the planet, it has since been dwarfed by the extraordinary exponential growth of human economic activity that began in the mid-20th century. Many of the processes of change that began with the Industrial Revolution reached a takeoff point in the mid to late 20th century, as almost all indicators for economy and ecosystem started changing at an exponential rate, from population growth to loss of species to energy consumption. This great acceleration of economic activity has given birth to a new geological era that scientists call the Anthropocene, as human industrial activity has become the primary driver of changes within Earth systems. The Anthropocene represents a new form of socio-ecological system, one that is truly global in nature, with an unprecedented scale of alteration to Earth's core systems, such as overall biodiversity, climate, or ocean acidity. After 1950, changes in major Earth systems became directly linked to changes largely related to the global economic system. This is a new phenomenon, a truly profound transformation in our socio-ecological systems, one that we are far from understanding the consequences of. Within the course of just a few decades, we have transitioned from being a small world on a big planet to being a big world on a small planet, an extraordinary transformation. A switch from making limited ad hoc interventions into ecosystems to becoming the primary drivers of change within the biophysical processes of the entire planet. These changes and their potential consequences are being made most explicit to us through the changes in climate that we are currently witnessing. Through human industrial interventions, the feedback mechanisms that stabilize and regulate Earth's systems have been significantly degraded, both within local ecosystems and increasingly on the global level. The breaking of these stabilizing negative feedback loops increases destabilizing positive feedback that makes the system more unstable and thus generates more extreme events, what scientists call global weirding. We have benefited for over 10,000 years, since the beginning of the Holocene, from Earth regulating itself to create an environment conducive for human economic activity. The Anthropocene is a recognition that this stable geological era has ended, that because of human intervention in the biosphere, it can no longer stabilize itself within the same equilibrium that has benefited societies in the past, that the global economy is now the primary driver of change within ecosystems. The name sustainability is derived from the Latin word sustinere, meaning to hold, and sustain, meaning to maintain or endure. Sustainability then defines the ability of a system or process to endure over a period of time. How sustainable something is can be understood in terms of its overall efficiency, in terms of how effective the whole organization is at operating within its environment. When a system becomes inefficient at operating within its environment, it consumes more of the available resources and produces more entropy or waste, rendering it unsustainable. Sustainability is, though not a property of a thing. Things in isolation cannot be sustainable. Sustainability is more what we call an emergent feature of whole systems. It is not so much about the parts as how the parts work together to enable effective overall outcomes. For example, an electric car is not really sustainable if the power system it is running on imports coal from the other side of the planet to provide it with electricity. Or likewise, if we build an eco-home in the middle of suburbia where the inhabitants have to drive a long distance to do shopping or take their kids to the park, this again will not achieve sustainable outcomes. because we are simply optimizing individual parts without optimizing the whole. It is precisely because sustainability in a whole system and its environment that it cannot be achieved through optimizing individual parts, but instead requires us to look at how whole systems work, how all the parts are interrelated to enable the emergence of an efficient overall system, and thus sustainable results. This is, to a large extent, why sustainability presents such an intractable challenge to our existing institutional framework. Traditionally, we take a very analytical approach to management. We break systems down into their parts, analyze the parts, and try to optimize them, thinking that if all the parts are working, then the whole will be working. In relatively simple systems, this kind of reductionist approach can work, but in something as complex as an entire economy or global supply chain, it comes to be more how the parts are interrelated into the whole that comes to matter. If we wanted to try and make a supply chain more efficient, we can only get so far by getting each business to optimize their activity in isolation before we need to look at the coordination across the whole supply network. Often when we focus solely on the parts, we simply shift problems to the whole organization, and because of that, we stay getting the same overall ineffective outcomes and unsustainable results. The industrial age management methods and institutional structures that we inherit today are designed to take an analytical approach, breaking problems down, solving the parts, and then putting them back together. Sustainability is, though, a complex and holistic challenge that is not amenable to this method. Although optimizing for the parts may be important in many circumstances, it is really designing and managing for the whole system that is ultimately required to achieve the end result of overall sustainability. Whether we are talking about sustainability with respect to the natural environment or with respect to social institutions, an unsustainable system is one where the value and integrity of the whole organization is being systematically depleted. All organizations require both effective parts and effective overall structures for integrating those parts into a functioning whole. When the integrity of the whole becomes reduced, then the system becomes unsustainable. When the social capital within a society, the trust within the social bonds of the community, becomes depleted, it is only a matter of time before an event occurs creating a crisis that would have easily been resolved given a normal level of trust within the community. And this is the essence of sustainability. It is not a thing, it is the value and integrity of the whole organization that is required to maintain it over time. Whether this is the value of the social bonds within a society or the species diversity that forms the food web within an ecosystem, a sustainable system is one that is integrated into a functioning whole organization. We traditionally focus on the parts in an organization because they are much easier to touch, quantify, and manage, while the value in the connections that interrelates them into an effective whole typically cannot be touched or broken down into individual discrete parts, and is often much more difficult to quantify, making it difficult to manage through our traditional methods. This value of the whole is nonlinear, meaning it is distributed out across the whole organization. It is not one species that maintains the diversity within an ecosystem, it is all of them. It is not the closely knit bonds between people of a similar background that maintains a resilient multicultural society. It is more the distributed weak ties between people of different backgrounds that ensures the overall integrity of the community, its resilience and sustainability. It is this integrity of the whole ecosystem or society that represents the infrastructure or fixed capital that supports and enables it to operate effectively and provide people with the derivatives they value. And in managing such capital, one cannot look at and measure one single connection or one single creature. One has to look at all of them. This is the nature of nonlinear phenomena. It is because these resources within an ecosystem, economy, society, or culture that ensure the functioning of the whole and its sustainability are distributed that traditional centralized management methods are ineffective. Whenever we manage for the parts without managing for the whole, we eventually deplete the integrity that supports the whole and end up with unsustainable outcomes. At the beginning of the modern era, we inherited a natural environment and a set of social and cultural institutions that evolved over millennia without our full understanding or appreciation of them. With the accelerated growth during the 20th century, we came to affect the structure and makeup of these whole systems that were providing the natural and social capital supporting our modern economy, so much so that today they are no longer self-managing. The requirement today is in understanding these macro structures, how they work, their value, and developing organizational structures that can appropriately manage them. Sustainable development is a form of development where we manage both on the level of the individual technologies and organizations, but also on the level of the system as a whole. This is why achieving a sustainable form of global economy will take us into a new world of complexity, because we have to look at, account for, and manage whole interconnected socio-ecological systems in order to achieve overall sustainable outcomes. What gets measured gets managed, and managing for the whole means accounting for the whole, what is called full cost accounting. Our traditional approach to macro-scale environmental management has been exercised through a top-down centralized model, driven by government institutions and based on a paradigm of environmental conservation. But this is no longer relevant in an age when industrial activity has become an embedded part and central driver of change within virtually all ecosystems around the planet. Ecosystems management can no longer be an ad hoc solution patched into the side of the economy. This new context requires that it become a central part of what the economy is and does, and this requires accounting for and incorporating both social and natural capital in market structures. Economies function as distributed management systems. Through the negative feedback loops of the market, they manage whatever it is that people value, can quantify, and exchange. Until very recently, we have only really valued the derivatives of ecosystems, the water, food, minerals, etc., in terms of their utility to which we could ascribe a financial value. Through industrialization, industrial and financial capital has grown, and ecosystems have become degraded. Today, the limits and scarcity are not in lack of human-engineered systems, but in natural capital. In the industrial age, we had a scarcity of people and capital, but an abundance of natural capital. Today, we have an abundance of people and goods, but scarcity of natural capital. So it is now not industry and people that need to be economized, but natural capital that we need to be using more efficiently and creating an economy to do that. Completing the process of industrialization means people's value change subtly but importantly. At this stage in economic development, the scarcity is no longer in the derivatives of ecosystems, but instead the functional integrity of those ecosystems. This integrity of the ecosystem can't be fully measured in terms of monetary utility. Rather, it requires a different kind of capital called natural capital. Using economic and business models to manage ecosystems means firstly understanding those ecosystems and the value of their integrity, and then developing accounting and exchange mechanisms based around this. Ultimately, this means building a new dimension to the economy, a new value system for the quantifying, exchanging, and accounting for natural capital. This process of incorporating the inherent value of ecosystems into economic metrics has already begun and will likely intensify in the coming decades. Since economies are always about people and what they value, as the context changes, As those values change, and as the nature of the resource that needs to be economized changes, so does the economy adapt. But this adaptation won't simply fit into our current economic model. It will require that industrial age economic structures evolve into a more complex, multidimensional form. Managing for the whole means managing for the connections between things. A central part of the rise of environmental awareness over the past few decades has been a growing recognition of the linear model to our existing economy. Indeed, today this linear model is probably the most often identified and criticized structural feature to our existing industrial economy, driving unsustainable results. This linear economic model is captured in the popular description of the economy as a process of take, make, and dispose. But as the economy has grown and reached planetary limits, inputs are appearing more limited, and outputs have become increasingly detrimental to ecosystems. As limits are increasingly met, the emphasis is shifting from gross throughput of material and energy to the internal organization through which those resources are utilized. This new form of economy is called the circular economy, built on the idea of feedback loops that things don't just disappear. Materials and energy go on existing after we use them, and this can be a massive source of value. The circular approach is a concept that has risen to prominence and takes its central insights from living systems. It considers that our systems should work like organisms, processing nutrients that can be fed back into the cycle. From this perspective, a sustainable economy is one without dead ends, with solutions in a sustainable economy built on closing loops between different energy and material flows and converting them into cycles. This nonlinear life cycle view to products and processes necessitates a more complex, holistic view of the systems we design and manage. One that looks for the synergistic connections, works with feedback loops and whole systems instead of discrete, one-off products. Developing a truly circular economy requires diversity and the interconnecting of different systems. Systems and processes that are all the same consume the same resources and produce the same outputs, without the capacity to cycle them between the different elements. It is only by connecting different systems in the right way that we can harness their differences to create synergies between them. Diversity has to be built into the structure of the economy, with different processes and systems coexisting and thriving off of each other's differences. A sustainable economy is one that does not just manage for things, but for how those things are interconnected and interrelated to form synergies that enable the continuous cycling of resources. A sustainable economy is a dematerialized economy, where innovation is focused on delivering greater functionality with ever less material demand. One that can deliver more services with less stuff. One of the most environmentally destructive elements to the linear economic model has been its incentive structure that drives businesses to overproduce and people to overconsume in what has come to be called the consumer society. The industrial model was based on the mass production of tangible products that were pushed out to end users. Mass production meant that companies had to sell en masse, which gave rise to mass marketing and the creation of a consumer culture that went global with globalization. In this product-based transactional paradigm, there was a strong divide between the producer and consumer around the point of transactions due to the fact that both customer and producer had different incentives and motives that ran largely contrary to each other. Over the past couple of decades, with the rise of information technology, has come a new model to value delivery called the services economy. A services economy is one where the focus is on the service delivered, the actual outcomes of a process. It is based on the system's delivered functionality instead of the amount of resources consumed in the production of the product. By shifting the producer's revenue stream away from the production of products and focusing it on the delivery of functionality, servicization is a powerful approach for breaking the core dynamic driving the consumerist economic model. With servicization, ownership of the product stays with the producer, and its maintenance likewise remains their responsibility. In such a way, they are incentivized to produce less while delivering more functionality. The end result is an alignment of the interests of the end user with producer and sustainable outcomes for the overall system. Services are really about access. The idea that people want access to services instead of simply the ownership of products. This is why the services economy goes hand in hand with networked information technology. Information technology and online platforms enable us to easily and cheaply coordinate the exchange and temporary usage of resources, thus working to make access easier and cheaper than ownership. In this way, extra capacity can be created through more effective organization instead of actually producing more products. A sustainable economy would be one that is able to focus its innovation and resources not on producing more products, but on delivering greater functionality through the intelligent coordination of existing resources. A sustainable economy would be one where we manage for the whole life cycle, where systems are adaptable and resilient, capable of evolving in response to major changes in the environment. Our economies have co-evolved with the natural environment over centuries and millennia. Many of our industrial systems are adapted to normal operating environments, but these normal environmental conditions may not be present in the future. The natural environment is changing in very profound, unpredictable, and most likely irreversible ways. Within this context, there is a manifest need to shift from systems that are optimized for efficiency within stable and predictable environments to those that have a much greater level of adaptive capacity, resilience, and are capable of evolving to meet new requirements. Whether we are talking about technology infrastructure or social institutions, The centralized systems of organization we developed during the industrial age are inherently static. They are built once and then go through a linear life cycle with limited capacity to renew themselves. They were not designed to evolve. The challenge of achieving a sustainable form of development is shifting the emphasis from discrete one-off products to looking increasingly at how they can evolve through their full life cycle. This is a fundamental switch in paradigm from design.
Selamat datang di Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Unpad.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas Padjadjaran berdiri pada tahun 1983 yang pertama kali dipimpin oleh Profesor Dr. Insinyur Jaja Sukanta MSc, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Burhan Arif, Profesor Dr. A. Jaja Saifullah DRS MA, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Mahfud Arifin MS, Profesor Dr. Hendarmawan MSc, Dr. Randa Mudianti Rahmatunisa MA PhD, dan saat ini oleh Dr. Med Setiawan sebagai dekan dan wakil dekan Dr. R. Ira Irawati MSI. Mengembangkan dan memantapkan program pascasarjana dalam menghasilkan magister dan doktor yang memiliki keunggulan profesional.
Sekolah Pascasarjana mempunyai keunikan karena mengelola berbagai program studi multi dan transdisiplin. Hal ini tentu sejalan dengan luaran pendidikan yang diharapkan pada jenjang magister dan doktor untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang mempunyai kemampuan berpikir, bekerja sama, memimpin, dan mensolusikan berbagai tantangan dan permasalahan melalui pendekatan multi dan transdisiplin.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Unpad ikut mendukung visi Unpad bermanfaat dan mendunia dengan menyelenggarakan program akademik yang menjawab berbagai tantangan nasional dan global. Penelitian yang dilaksanakan oleh para mahasiswa sesuai roadmap program studi telah menghasilkan kontribusi dalam berbagai bidang. Sebagai contoh, di era COVID-19, penelitian bioteknologi telah menghasilkan inovasi yang digunakan secara luas untuk screening. Tantangan pandemi COVID-19 di berbagai sektor, termasuk pariwisata, juga menjadi concern riset pariwisata berkelanjutan. Isu lingkungan dan keberlanjutan yang masih menjadi tantangan global senantiasa menjadi fokus riset pada program studi ilmu lingkungan, ilmu keberlanjutan, dan manajemen sumber daya hayati. Sementara itu, kebijakan berbasis bukti pada suatu kawasan tertentu menjadi fokus utama riset program studi inovasi regional.
Keberadaan program Pascasarjana sangatlah penting dalam mewujudkan eksistensi sebuah universitas di dunia akademis. Hal ini sangatlah disadari dan dicoba diwujudkan dalam visi program Pascasarjana Universitas Padjadjaran. Program studi Pascasarjana Unpad terdiri dari Doktor Bioteknologi, Doktor Ilmu Lingkungan, Magister Inovasi Regional, Magister Manajemen Sumber Daya Hayati, Magister Ilmu Bioteknologi, Magister Ilmu Lingkungan, Magister Ilmu Berkelanjutan, Magister Pariwisata Berkelanjutan.
Dokter Ilmu Lingkungan di Unpad didirikan untuk mencetak sarjana-sarjana S3 atau doktor dengan kemampuan filosofis di dalam menyelesaikan masalah-masalah lingkungan hidup dan juga pembangunan berkelanjutan, serta memiliki kemampuan mengembangkan, mengelola, dan juga mengaplikasikan riset-riset yang terkait dengan lingkungan hidup dengan pendekatan yang inter dan transdisipliner untuk kemaslahatan masyarakat baik tingkat nasional, regional, dan juga internasional.
Program studi bioteknologi didukung oleh dosen dan peneliti yang mempunyai reputasi di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Program studi bioteknologi didukung oleh berbagai pusat studi, pusat penelitian, dan pusat unggulan yang ada di lingkungan Universitas Padjadjaran.
Program studi Magister Ilmu Lingkungan hadir sebagai jawaban dari tantangan-tantangan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Bersama The University of Twente, kurikulum Magister Ilmu Lingkungan dibangun secara komprehensif dan holistik. Untuk meningkatkan kompetitiveness dan daya saing dari lulusan, Magister Ilmu Lingkungan telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai mitra internasional, baik itu dalam riset maupun double degree, diantaranya adalah University of Twente dan juga MIA University, juga dengan mitra-mitra internasional lainnya.
Pariwisata berkelanjutan adalah pariwisata yang mengundang semua pihak, terutama anggota masyarakat, untuk mengelola sumber daya dengan cara memenuhi kebutuhan ekonomi, sosial, dan estetika sambil memastikan keberlanjutan budaya lokal, habitat alam, keanekaragaman hayati, dan sistem pendukung penting lainnya.
Program Pascasarjana Unpad dalam penyelenggaraan programnya menjalin kerjasama dengan pihak-pihak lain di luar universitas, baik dengan perguruan tinggi negeri dan swasta dalam dan luar negeri, maupun instansi pemerintahan. Antara lain kerjasama dalam 1. Menyelenggarakan program studi, 2. Pengiriman mahasiswa, 3. Bantuan pengajar, dan kerjasama penelitian.
Manajemen sumber daya hayati adalah salah satu program studi di Sekolah Pascasarjana Unpad yang berbasis multidisiplin. Jadi di program studi kami melakukan kajian 3 hal pokok atau tiga hal utama yang sedang kita kaji sampai saat ini adalah pertama adalah bio-based ekonomi, yang kedua adalah bioprospecting, yang ketiga adalah bioremediation. Jadi ketiga hal ini kita menata kelola sumber daya hayati dari tanaman, ternak, hewan, ikan, dan biota perspektif lainnya, termasuk juga wildlife, untuk kesejahteraan bersama.
Program studi Sustainability Science dimaksudkan untuk mengubah perspektif masyarakat dalam memahami interaksi manusia dan lingkungan dalam konteks keberlanjutan. Program studi Sustainability Science diharapkan menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki pola berpikir holistik, mampu menerapkan pendekatan transdisiplin, dan mengapresiasi keberagaman.
Selamat datang di program studi Magister Inovasi Regional disingkat MIR, Sekolah Pascasarjana Universitas Padjadjaran.
Conference netiquette. Conference netiquette. All participants keep mic muted during this event unless invited to turn them on. Example in Q&A session. The presenter, please use the code in front of the name based on oral presentation parallel room 1 PR1, parallel room 2 PR2, parallel room 3 PR3, parallel room 4 PR4, and parallel room 5 PR5. For poster presenter or PP. Example, PR1 underscore full names, PR2 underscore full names, and PP underscore full name. Please fill out the attendance list and Q&A list through the available link for Q&A session. The committee will pick the questionnaire based on the Q&A list. And to all participants, you can choose the Indonesian channel in the interpretation feature if you prefer to hear this conference in Bahasa. Or you can choose the English channel if you prefer to hear this conference in English. Alright, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope you are doing well amidst all the change and challenge during this hard time. My name is Dwi Putri, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to today's Hybrids Conference on Sustainability Science 2022, Sustainability Science and Globalization at Zoom and live at Graduate School Building, Universitas Padjadjaran, Bandung. This event is brought to you by the Center for Environment and Sustainability Science, Padjadjaran University, together with the Faculty of Graduate School, Padjadjaran University. Before we start this event, I'd like to thank to joining us today. Welcome to the Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur Hendar Marwan, MSc, as the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation at Padjadjaran University, the Honorable Dr. Matt Setiawan, Dr. IFM, as the Dean of Graduate School, Padjadjaran University, the Honorable Professor Parikesit, MSc, PhD, as the Head of PUI PTCS, the Honorable Professor Dr. Diego Vasquez Bruce from the University of Portsmouth, UK, the Honorable Professor Kanan Govindan from the University of Southern Denmark, the Honorable Professor Jyoti Tamang from Sikkim University, India, the Honorable Dr. Maria Laura Franco Gracia from the University of Twente, the Netherlands, the Honorable Professor Natalia Yakovleva from Cage Business School of French, the Honorable Dr. Iwan Setiawan from Padjadjaran University, Indonesia, the Honorable Dr. Osamu Saito from the University of Tokyo, and last but not least, to the honorable cast and participants that join us for our conference today. All blessed audiences, let's begin today's event by listening to the national anthem of Republik Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly stand up. very much and please have a seat. The next agenda is welcoming remarks from the Dean of Graduate School Pajajaran University. To Dr. Matt Setiawan, please, the time is yours.
The Honorable Rector of the Universitas Pajajaran, speakers, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, we welcome all of you to the 5th Hybrid Conference on Sustainability Science 2022, conducted in a hybrid way in line with the great effort of the university to transform as the hybrid university, held at the Graduate School campus of Universitas Pajajaran and virtually through online conference application. This conference is the 5th time the conference has been held, which has regularly been conducted every 2 years by the Center for Environment and Sustainability Science, Universitas Pajajaran or CES-Unpad. This is indeed the first time the conference held in a hybrid way after the first until the 3rd conferences were held offline, and the 4th conference just recently was fully online due to pandemic of COVID-19. This conference was held as a collaboration between CES-Unpad, the Graduate School of Unpad, Greening of Industry Network or GIN, and Asia IT Mob. We are certainly very happy to be part of this year conference with the theme of sustainable wisdoms in line with global issues to ensure sustainability. Hence, the conference will discuss academic, institutional, and societal challenges and explore how alternative local approaches can ensure better sustainability for nature and human life in their interactions globally. The Honorable Rector of the Universitas Pajajaran, speakers, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen. We can give report here that more than 200 participants registered in this conference, consisting of speakers, paralizations, presenters, and regular participants attending both offline and online. The participants come from 13 countries, from 44 institutions, coming from universities, government institutions, or private sectors, national and outside of Indonesia. The committee received until 104 article abstracts, of which 90 were selected to be presented at the conference, either orally or by posters. We hope certainly with this diversity of institutional origins, the variety of themes and topics of the paper, the diversity of perspectives in viewing the problem will make the discussion at this conference more diverse, productive, and meaningful, which can generate new ideas for efforts to ensure the sustainability of humans and nature. The Honorable Rector of the Universitas Pajajaran, speakers, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of the speakers, both those who are willing to attend in person at the Universitas Pajajaran campus here in Bandung, Indonesia, as well as those who delivered their presentation at the location where they are. Thank you for participating and supporting the conference on this very notable issue. Hopefully, sharing information, knowledge, and experiences from all of you open up our new horizons of knowledge and awareness regarding efforts towards sustainability. We would also like to thank all the organizing committee and all those who have made this event possible. Hopefully, the efforts that have been made can be a meaningful contribution, even if it is small, to the sustainability of human life and nature. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Mestiawan. And next, the opening remark from the Peace Rector for Research and Innovation at Universitas Pajajaran to Professor Dr. Insinyur Hendarmawan MSc. The time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the Honorable Speaker, participants, ladies and gentlemen. This conference gives me immense warmth and great pleasure to grace all of your presence here in the interest of the entire committee. It gives me tremendous pleasure to be presenting the opening speech among the most esteemed personalities who are very eminent in their respective fields. Prior to begin this seminar, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who have sincerely committed to this event to make it a success. This event would have been impossible without the support of each and everyone present here. The Honorable Speaker, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we understand that the dominant paradigm of development to some extent has brought artificial progress in a number of developing countries, particularly the global south. This paradigm has in fact led to growing income inequality, greater social inequities, and great environmental quality. It is said so due to it has been, firstly, growing the nation in the control of global corporations that create acute sustainable dependence. Secondly, killing the diversity of specific local products, commodities, the abundance of natural resources, internal inputs, and local wisdom. Thirdly, putting aside indigenous knowledge and local technology by hegemony metamorph and modern innovation. Fourthly, getting rid local actors and nourishing foreign corporations through various investments, which then control various resources. And lastly, embedding developmentalism superiority that are spread in the sphere of government, bureaucracy, markets, and even academia. An alternative notion is the whole in opposition to this hegemony, a dominant perspective based on various global issues. That is globalization, neoliberalization, such as free trade must be accompanied by its sustainability to be applied at the local level, which is actually rich with diversity and empirically leading to the nation independence and sovereignty. Likewise, optimizing the involvement of various parties, from government to community, in ensuring sustainability is another prominent issue. Another thing to consider is the slowly decline of trust to the authorities that tends to reduce the level of people obedience to various rules and begins to shift to a way of life that conclusively ignores the role of the authorities. Aware to this situation, where should each single party put themselves? Does it need a radical repositioning in order to ensure sustainability? By setting the theme of sustainability, science, and globalization, Universitas Padjadjaran encourages this conference to produce various enlightening thought which can breed several problematic situations, as I stated earlier, with various genuine local ideas, thought, and technology, so that the sustainability of nature and human life can be realized. The Honorable Speaker, participant, ladies and gentlemen, Universitas Padjadjaran has 16 faculties, number of centers of excellence, and study center with a very diverse spectrum of knowledge from the fields of social sciences, natural sciences, to the field with multi and transdisciplinary approaches. Challenges toward globalization can actually be facilitated by various experts at Universitas Padjadjaran. Therefore, Universitas Padjadjaran encourages collaboration opportunities with government institutions, businesses, universities, media, and communities from within and outside Indonesia toward a more sustainable world that we aspire to. Like this conference, which is an example of collaboration between Center for Everyone and Sustainability Science, CHES, Graduate School Universitas Padjadjaran, with Greening of Industry Network, as well as dissemination and continuation of collaboration studies between CHES Unpad in the ITLB Asia project between researchers in Japan, in the Philippines, and Indonesia. I'm very happy today that I heard at least 200 participants take a part in this conference, with 23 applying participants came from at least 13 countries with 44 institutions. There are 104 papers with 90 accepted. Finally, by giving praise and thanks to God Almighty, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare that the Conference of Sustainability Science 2022 is officially open. May we all always be given by God an ability to carry out good deeds. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you very much to Professor Dr. Insinyur Hendar Mawan for the opening remark. And next, we're going to chanting prayer that conducted by Professor Sunardi, PhD. To Professor Sunardi, the time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you all. Let's take a moment to pray to Allah for the blessing of our today's seminar. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. In the name of Allah, the all merciful, the all compassionate, all praise belong to Him alone, the Lord of the universe. Oh Allah, we ask you by your mercy which embraces all things, and by your strength through which you dominate all things. We come to you this day asking for your blessing and help as we are gathered together in an international conference on sustainability. Oh God, the Creator, truly you have given us with our intellect the choice to shape our life. Therefore, inspire us as we make choices so we will recognize the impacts of our life have on the environment and the human families around the world. Oh, loving God, truly we can reclaim the future. Therefore, encourage us to be people of hope as we look ahead in faith, knowing that we can build a just and peaceful world. Almighty God, we can choose to live in a way that creates a better world for everyone. Help us to know that our individual actions are made in solidarity with our brothers and sisters. You invite us to live simply, live sustainably, and live in solidarity with the poor. So help us to respond to that invitation with confidence and generosity. Hear us as we pray today. In the solemnity of our hearts, we place all our needs before you. O God, Lord of all grace and love, we bring you our prayer, our commitment to you today. Let us who have dedication and keen awareness of your creation and all that it brings into the human family have the courage and confidence that we are capable of contributing the sustainability of the earth. You are our sustainer, Lord. Let your wisdom lead in our services. Pour out your blessing on us today. May our every action express our awareness that we are your caliph for the sustainability of the earth, which you have given us to appreciate and enjoy. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you so much to Professor Sunardi. And ladies and gentlemen, before we come to our main agenda, now we will do the photo session first. Please kindly turn on your camera and prepare yourself. Okay, the photo session, we're gonna begin in 3, 2, 1. Okay, one last time. 3, 2, 1. Okay, the photo session has ended. Thank you to all the participants. And the next agenda is our main event, which we are waiting for. And it's the keynote speech from our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Diego Vasquez-Bruce from the University of Portsmouth, UK. Please let me introduce our keynote speaker first. Okay, Professor Dr. Diego Vasquez-Bruce, the Professor of Global Business, Sustainability and Strategy at the Faculty of Business and Law, University of Portsmouth, UK. As visiting professor at the Federal University of Santa Catarina, Brazil, and the University of Sao Paulo, USP, Brazil. As the main research interest in global business sustainability, green growth, circular economy, social movement, social inclusion, and cross-border collaboration for the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Books and journal, there is Globalization and Sustainable Development, a Business Perspective, Journal of World Business, British Academy of Management, Ecological Economic, Annal of Operation Research, Supply Chain Management, an International Journal, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Diego Vasquez, and this platform is yours.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be presenting in this conference. And I will be talking about localization and sustainability, and we will be discussing the different type of impacts that localization can have in sustainability, and how is the differences between localization and globalization. If we can start the presentation, please. Thank you. So the structure following: first, we're going to talk about the difference between localization and globalization. Second, briefly, what are the trends? How globalized is the economy, or how localized it is, looking at the evidence that we have for the last reports. Then we will discuss more specifically the impact that globalization has in sustainability, negative and positive. And then we will look at the concept of locality as a pathway for addressing the issues of sustainability and providing progress for the Sustainable Development Goals. So localization and globalization are two related concepts, and they start in the 80s. Localization has been defined as the interpenetration of the global and the local. And here the point is that this interpretation results in a unique outcome that is different in each different geographic area. So we have a global process that, when is combined with local factors, results in different outcomes, different type of sustainability in different parts of the world. So localization has its roots in Japan, in what's called Dochakuka, which refers to adaptation of farming techniques to the conditions in each area. And in the 80s, Japanese business used it to identify a way of thinking in which you look at the global picture and then you take actions locally, taking into account the conditions on the context. And this is what is generally identified as thinking globally and acting locally. So the result of localization should be the opposite of globalization. Instead of have isomorphisms, instead of have the same type of institutions and solutions everywhere, we have heterogeneity. We have different economic, political, institutional, and cultural conditions. So there are, even when the first type of localization was mainly about thinking globally and acting locally, there are some authors, such as Robertson, which says that there is also a different type of locality, which is more bottom-up, in which there is not just one standard that is adapted, but there are multiple solutions that emerge with unique identities in different parts of the world, and they use a global platform. So examples are, for instance, all the movements supporting indigenous people rights. Each indigenous people has their own particular identities and standards and cultures, but they all use the same platform of rights and the same language to promote their issues. Another example is the confluence between traditional medicine, the support of traditional medicine in different regions of the world, and the approach of the World Health Organization to deliver global health. So to understand what is globalization, we need to understand what is globalization. So globalization is a term which is one of those buzzwords which has been used many times as an umbrella term to refer to every type of political and economic trend that involves cross-border interactions. Anything that has an aspect of involving more than one country is considered globalization. So there are more than 2 or 3 decades of debates in between we talk about the radicals who say that globalization is already happening and is taking over the world and is irreversible. The skeptics, which say that there is nothing new about globalization. When we talk globalization, it's just a certain type of opening of the economy that has happened many times in the past. And then we have the pragmatics that see that something different is happening, something that is not a repetition of what happened in the past. So here it's important to understand that globalization is not about having Western concepts everywhere. It's not about more external trade. It's not about neoliberalism, what is somebody Richard calls growth-balization, or it's not about universalization, so having exactly the same everywhere. Robertson says that globalization is a process of making the world smaller. It's a process of compression of the world. So the different regions of the world become much more integrated, and because of advances in technology, they are closer, and therefore they start working as a unit. And in particular, economic globalization is increasing integration of economies through a transformation of cross-border flows of goods, services, capital, knowledge, and people. This is the definition of Nobel Prize economist Joseph Stiglitz in the picture. Okay. So those are Jan Scholte is one of the scholars who has written more about globalization, trying to have a theory of globalization. And he said that globalization is not just one thing, it's a series of processes. So it's about having more interdependence in relationships in people in different parts of the world. So he said that there has to be transplanetary connections through organizations that are coordinating activities of individuals all across the planet, like this conference, for instance. So globalization then is much more than just disseminating Western concepts everywhere. It's about creating this connection between people and coordinating actions at the global level. And the end stage of globalization is globality. Globality should be an economic order in which the main unit is not the state, it's not the nation. It's a market which is composed by different local markets acting collectively, coordinated by these organizations. So in this definition of globalization, globalization is already very similar to localization. Globalization depends on physical places because all the manifestations of the global are local. So they depend people, they need people who is in particular geographical spaces and places. So this, we talk about the globalizing economy, a series of processes of qualitative change in the economic system to have more deeper economic integration and specifically interdependence. Countries depend on each other. They cannot just break the relations. So it's much more complex than trade, for instance, when you export and you can just change the country that you are exporting. In globalization, you have multinationals, you have foreign direct investment. They are not so easy to revert. But those things happen at the same time. So Peter Dicken, who is also one of the main authors in globalization, he says that there are 4 types of processes happening at the same time. Localizing processes in which regions, particular areas of the world, they become more complex in their economy because they try to have locally all the different elements in the supply chain. You also have internationalizing processes, basically about trade, export and import, which is also sometimes called like weak globalization. Then we have globalizing processes, and then we have globalization that happens only in one region, for instance, in East Asia. And if we represent two main dimensions, one which is functional integration, which is having all the different activities of the economy in just one place, and the other one, spreading economic activities around the world, we have localizing processes or globalizing processes in the diagonal, because at the same time, we extend across many countries and we become much, much complex in having different functions in the same area. At the end state, we have pure globalization. If we don't have any type of exchange with another countries, we have pure localization. So regions in a country that try to develop by themselves. And when it is at the level of a particular region of the world, we talk about regionalization. For instance, the European Union. So why would we talk about something that is different in the economy? In the economy before, we have a model of the core and the periphery. In the core, we have the developed countries, the Western countries, in which there was all the production of manufactured goods and technology. And the periphery, the rest of the world, that they will provide the raw materials. And there will be a market for those goods that are produced. But now we have global supply chains, which are much more complex. It can be driven by producers or it can be driven by customers. And in these global supply chains, manufacturing is made over the world. And each product is composed for parts that are made in different countries. So we don't have that clear definition between the users and the manufacturers. So we are shifting from global to local production networks. It's not just about supply chains. We talk about production networks in which we have different actors in society that are part of the process. Government, civil society organization, and supranational institutions. So that's why we can talk about three different processes: a vertical dimension, which is what we talk normally about the globalization, and then the horizontal dimension, which is about the local. And when both are combined, we have the global system, which is already localized. We have the vertical dimension, like in global supply chains, and we have horizontal activities. So, having this first introduction to the different topics and themes, we will look now at the trends. So how globalized was actually the world before COVID? And to what extent has COVID slowed down or reduced globalization? So there are different views about that. For instance, Kenichi Mae, he talked about a total global economy who is totally borderless, and information, capital, and innovation flow all over the world, enabled by technology. But then we have, in the last 5 years, people that say that globalization is dead. And we have books like The Leveling by Michael Sullivan, looking at what happened next after globalization, because they consider that the age of globalization has already ended. So if we look at this DHL, the logistics company, they publish a report, which is called the Connectiveness Report. And they look at how globalized is the economy. And we can see that in the report before COVID, in the year 2019, they presented that in terms of manufacturing, only 29% of all products have foreign content. And in terms of services, only 14%. Then, for instance, in terms of companies, only 1 in 1,000 companies has international activity. And if we look at several other indices, we can say that only 7% of all telephone calls are international. All 3%, only 2% of the whole graduates, students doing master degrees, do it internationally. So that means that all those shows that the economy is much less globalized, that all the talk about globalization made us think. And if we look at this map on the top, which is for the KOF Institute, it looks at the most globalized countries in the world. So the US, Canada, Europe, and countries in East Asia. But if we look at where factions, those are in the same regions, if you see the arrows, you see that most of the transactions, the flows between different countries that the US have, 50% of them are between the US and Canada. If we look at the international flows in the European Union, 74 of them are within Europe. And if we look at the international flows in East Asia, 60% of them are in East Asia. So that indicates that the world before COVID was far less connected than we thought. All the conversation and discussion make us think. So what is the situation after COVID? What we can see is that despite some initial changes and reduction in globalization, globalization continues. So globalization is niche, it's only a limited percentage of the total global activity, but it continues growing, particularly in information and also in terms of movement of capital. What has been reduced because of COVID have been the movements of people, obviously, because it has been more difficult or across countries. But when we look at the trends for 2001 to 2021, we can see that the disruption caused by COVID in 2019 and 2020 is not particularly high, and the projections for 2021 indicate that it will be, at the end of 2021, the world will be much more globalized than there have been ever before. So that means that the economy is also becoming more local. Well, it's difficult. There are no specific index or indicators to differentiate what is pure global and what is more local in the growth of international transactions. We can see that trade was reduced and then is going up again, is the first diagram. We can see that capital also is growing, and we can see that information, flows of information have grown exponentially. It's only people that has been reduced. And we can see, for instance, in these graphs, that particularly international tourism has been significantly reduced. But these tourists are actually now doing the same type of activities locally. So the economies have become more local. And here there are pictures of one of the projects I work, a European project, in which the governments of the Netherlands and Belgium have been working on developing local supply chains to replace the disruptions provoked by COVID and previously by the financial crisis. In this case, local supply chains replace the use of virgin plastic for recycled plastics. So overall, from this, we can see that the economy has never been extremely globalized, but it has not been affected by COVID, and it will continue increasing the degree of globalization. To understand what is the impact that globalization has on sustainability. So all the reports about the state of sustainability show that despite initial hopes that the pandemic will make people more aware of the importance of environmental issues, the situation is much worse than was before. So the pandemic has caused the first increase in inequality between countries in an entire generation. So inequality between countries has been reduced for more than 20 years and now has increased after the pandemic. CO2 emissions also increased in 2021, and now they are the highest level in history. Working poverty and does not have enough money to satisfy their livelihood has increased for the first time in 20 years. 80 more million people in poverty, working people. This is different from unemployed people. Plastic pollution has tripled because of COVID and all the protection measures. 70 million metric tons of plastic have entered the ocean in 2021. So all of this indicates that we are moving towards an ecological and social catastrophe. And will globalization help in that sense? So this graph that's here is for the circularity gap report, and it shows the distance of for what is called this safe and just for humankind, in which at the center you see situation in which the planet will live within the ecological boundary and the social foundation. People have enough to live in a dignified way without destroying the planet. The farther we are in those circles, the more unstable and unsustainable a country is. The little arrow in yellow shows where Indonesia is. So Indonesia is in the middle. It's not one of the most sustainable countries. Those are countries which are very close. For instance, Uruguay. It is the only developed country which is in the first of sustainability, but is in a much better condition than, for instance, Japan or other East Asian countries. So the size of the circles represent the ecological footprint, the impact of the environment. So you can see that Indonesia is almost, you cannot see it. The impact is not as high as other countries. And then the color is, for Indonesia, is the brown color. We mean that in terms of the social foundations, there are in the middle section between low Human Development Index level and high Human Development Index level. So then what are the consequences of, for instance, on trade, external, international trade on sustainability? Well, all the evidence suggests that international trade increases environmental deterioration. So pressures to export leads to deforestation, pressure to manufacture with less controls leads to pollution. International also affects inequality. But in the case of inequality within countries, we are not going into this, but there is a theorem which is called Stolper-Samuelson, which basically demonstrates that when open economy to external products, that has two results if there is an exchange of product between a developed country and a developing country. Income inequality is reduced in the poor country, in the less developed country, because basically there are opportunities for people to engage with the external market. But income inequality increases in the rich country because the products which are much more simple, which require less skills, are now imported. And that people who was maybe farmers or workers with less skills, now they are unemployed. So, on the other hand, when every time there is a technological innovation, there is an increase in the inequality between countries. And again, it affects more the poorer countries, because those countries have less skills, less capabilities to adapt and to develop the capabilities needed to be competitive with a new innovation. Every new innovation, every new cycle gets the poorer countries poorer compared to the richest countries. So the consequence of this is basically that without controls, external trade and technological innovation will increase inequality between countries, and can only have some positive impacts in terms of inequality within countries in the poorer countries. In terms of multinationals and global supply chains, the evidence is more mixed. Some authors say that global supply chains increase inequality because they benefit only to the people who is more capable and can work in the multinationals, and others say that if there are multinationals can decrease inequality through better redistribution of labor and social responsibility policies. But we can see in those diagrams that in which there are like red peaks, which are moving to the right, that is a distribution of, and we can see that we are moving more and more to a very unequal distribution of income. So, so then moving into the last part, it's, how many minutes do I have? 5 minutes. All right. Okay, so we were going to look at sustainability and the Sustainable Development Goals specifically. This has been fourth year in terms of reports for the Sustainable Development Goals. The Sustainable Development Goals progress for 2020 says that there is a reversal of years of progress in eradicating poverty and hunger, improving health and education, reducing inequalities, and much more. It has been now is that none of the objectives is going to be achieved. Not only has been no progress in many of the goals, but also has been deterioration. So we can see, for instance, here we can see which is number 1, and Indonesia is the number 82. With Indonesia has done well in terms of poverty, is in terms of reducing poverty, but it has been having negative effects in terms of environmental sustainable development goals and goals related to inequality. So in this is a metric study which I made by my colleagues Natalia Yakovleva and colleagues from Spain, in which we classified the research that has been done in sustainable development goals, in each of the sustainable development goals, and we look at the intensity, so how many papers, what proportion of papers there are for sustainable development goal, and then on the scope. So each SDG, different targets and objectives, and we look at research that has been done in that particular goal covers all the topics. That's the scope. And the red dots and the orange dots, they those goals in which Indonesia or East Asia, South and East Asia is currently in a situation of deterioration. So they are doing worse than 2 years before, or a situation of progress in yellow. And the green squares show the goal, the sustainable development goals, in less research and less scope of research. And we can see that those are, for instance, gender equality and life underwater on the oceans, and strong institutions. So those are the less research goals. And, it's not a coincidence that there are also goals which are more critical. And then in terms of scope, we have industry and innovation, peace again, and then partnership for the goals. So very important to understand why this is not working. What are the problems with the partnerships? So local sustainability should provide a solution to those to these problems. So they should be able to look at the sustainable development goals, so at a global level, and at the same time creating local solutions. But for doing this, we need to move beyond models like this pyramid developed by Carroll, who only looks at stakeholders, and look also at the local stakeholders, trying to understand what is this balance, how to integrate those views. So we had to develop what we call locality perspective, locality lenses. The problem is that locality or localization is not very well developed theoretically. It's a concept, it's a catchy concept, but it is not understood what it implies, how can we improve it, how can we make that the locals develop power enough to be able to compete or to oppose the multinationals or the global forces. So on the basis of some theorization by Rudemetov, so I propose these 3 dimensions of localization, which are about the ways in which local communities can increase their ability to stand to global forces and to develop this integration or balance between the local and the global. 3 dimensions are what we call emissivity, which is the ability of a developing country or a region to develop their own global way, to develop their own innovation that is imitated and is distributed around the world. In this way, it's a way to preserve them. The other is what is called thickness. So it's the ability of a region to isolate, to not be affected by global forces, or to selectively reject what is not adequate for their own culture. The final one is hybridity. So it's the ability to adapt, to take the standards, the global standards, and to make their own, make it work for the local society. And so finally, I would like to say that those type of dimensions and this type of research is what is needed to understand better how can we make localization work, looking at the different relations between these different aspects of localization and how they influence the different sustainable development, in particular those in which there is less research. So for instance, and also in terms of understanding better, how do we implement this? What governments, right? Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Okay, welcome. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you very much to our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Diego Farquez, for the wonderful presentation. And next, I will invite Professor Parikesit as the chairman of the Center for Environment and Sustainability Science, Padjadjaran University, to pass the certificate of appreciation for our keynote speaker.
Oh, very much for the invitation. Oh, this is a beautiful certificate. Thank you.
Foto dulu, Pak.
Yep.
Yuk, foto dulu. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much to Professor Parikesit. And next, ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we come to our first plenary session that will be led by our moderator, Dr. Martin Daniel Sierra Namual. First of all, please allow me to introduce our moderator.
Halo.
Yeah, I believe you can take.
Okay, Dr. Martin Sierra Namual as the lecturer at Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Padjadjaran, that is BA in Economic at Universitas Padjadjaran 2005, BA Economics, University Toulouse 1 at 2007, that is PhD in Economic, Universitas Universitas Foscari Venezia 2014 and work as consultant in assisting Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, National Evaluator for ASEAN Policy Based on Loan, PBL Evaluation, Asian Development Bank, National Revenue Policy Specialist in Austria-Indonesian Partnership in Economic Governance, Environmental Economic in Assisting Indigenous People Alliance of the Archipelago to conduct economic valuation study of Kalupi indigenous people, social protection qualitative policy specialist, and manager of monitoring and evaluation unit, the national team for the acceleration of poverty reduction governance of Indonesia. Please welcome Dr. Martin Daniel Sierra-Namuel. I hand over this platform to you.
Test. Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will start our first plenary speaker. So COVID-19 pandemic reminds us the importance of sustainable development. However, the notion of sustainability itself is not easily understandable since it is a multidimensional concept. Now, the first plenary session will discuss different level of sustainability. And with us here, there are three distinguished speakers, and the two of them are sitting next beside me. So the first speaker is Professor Kanan Govindan from University of Southern Denmark in Denmark. Could you please present the CV of Professor Kanan, Professor Govindan? I cannot see the, okay. Okay, Professor Govindan is head of a Center for Sustainable Supply Chain Engineering with the Department of Technology and Innovation, University of Southern Denmark in Denmark, and then he is also executive editor of the Journal of Cleaner Production. It is a top-tier journal in the cleaner production in the sustainable issue, and then the associate editor of Transportation Research Part E, and especially focusing on logistic and transportation review. And then beside that, Professor Govindan also guest editor in journals such as Decision Science. This is also another top-tier multidisciplinary journal, European Journal of Operation Research, Computer and Operation, and then Annals of Operation Research, and then also, well, just like I mentioned before, Journal of Cleaner Production and International of Production Economics. And today's in the today's parallel plenary sessions, Professor Govindan will talk about sustainability and then what paradigm in the development may work. So this is basically a rather macro point of view about sustainability. And then our second speaker from Jyoti Tamang from Sikkim University, India, and then from Professor Tamang is actually presented online. Hello, Professor Tamang, can you hear us? Hello, Prof. Oh, Professor Tamang is not online yet. So, well, anyways, if Professor Tamang is already online, then I will go to Professor Tamang. Could you please show the Professor Tamang CV? Okay, for Professor Jyoti Prakash Tamang is a senior professor in the Department of Microbiology, Sikkim Central University, India. And then he got his master degree in 1985, and then PhD in 1992 from North Bengal University, and then postdoctorate from National Food Research Institute, Subaka, Japan in 1995, and then from Institute of Hygiene and Toxicology, Karlsruhe, German in 2020, in the 2002. Currently, he is a member of a scientific panel of Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, executive member of Asian Federation of Societies of Lactic acid bacteria, and then Indian representative of International Commission on Yeast. So in the today's plenary session, Professor Tamang will talk about Asian indigenous fermented foods and their nutritional sustainability. So basically, from if we look at from Professor Govindan, is a rather macro point of view about sustainability, and then go really deep, really micro with the Professor Tamang. And then our last but not least speaker is Dr. Maria Laura Franco Garcia from University of Twente, Netherlands. And then Professor Franco is actually sitting next far right from my side. She is an assistant professor at University of Twente in Netherlands, got her PhD on environmental chemistry from Université Claude Bernard Lyon Ang from France. And then she's also Mexican environment contributing regularly for Mexican Environmental Ministry to the on the topic of hazardous waste regulation. And then she is also European coordinators of the Global Network of Greening of Industry Network, or GIN. And then her research interests expanded to public and private management of natural resources, to product development fields, since her affiliation to the Tecnológico de Monterrey Mexican Private University. And then current research topic is about circular economy, corporate social responsibility, sustainable industrial parks, social and environmental life cycle assessment, and many others. So for today's plenary session, Professor Franco will talk about local governance towards circular cities and sustainability. So basically, it is in the between Professor Govindan and Professor Tamang. When she talks about sustainability. So, ladies and gentlemen, each of you has a maximum 20 minutes to present your topics. And then after that, we will have our question and answer session. Okay. And then, the multimedia guy will help us to present the question posed online. So without overdue, Professor Govindan, please, you can present your topic. Thank you. And then Professor Govindan, this one is actually to help you to navigate with your PowerPoints.
Thank you, Dr. Martin, for producing us during this plenary session 1. And thanks for your kind words about telling things. So that will also reduce my way of introducing a little bit about myself. I have few slides. I can also quickly go through the things thanks organizers of this conference on sustainability science. And then thanks for the coordinator from GIN, Laura, for bringing me between the organizers and the conferences to deliver the keynote speech. And I need to thank my Danida Fellowship Center, who is also the funded agency for our ongoing research project about circular economy, which funded my trip to Indonesia. And then we will also continue with a little bit on our project visits and so on in Bandung. We have a pilot study in Bandung. So
great.
So I didn't know that we have a pilot study. Then after realizing that, okay, the conference is in Bandung, okay, we have a pilot. And so I need to thank our fellow coordinators of our project, like Dr. Rishmon and Dr. Gun. So let us go directly, my talk will be on sustainability, what paradigm in development may work. So mostly I'm going to talk about few strategical issues that can go beyond the sustainable developments. So a little bit about myself, like we can skip the slides, and then some of my research areas. Mainly my research area is in the field of like supply chain management as a main research topic, but then supported by sustainability, green aspects, and social sustainability aspects nowadays. I'm also focusing on digitalization based sustainable focus on the whole supply chain things. And for today's agenda, like I'll be talking about what paradigms is going to give us some kind of like transition from a normal transition to the sustainable development one. So here the paradigms I have chosen is like one is with the innovation, another one is about the sustainability, and then the third one is about the digitalization. So here I'm going to talk about few things about introducing the paradigms, and then we can also see some of the results derived from all those paradigms in a specific context and so on. And what we are moving as a new paradigm is like everyone was talking about, like previously they were talking about sustainability reportings and also, so that now we were mainly focusing on ESG reporting or ESG parameters. Like then I have also, like it's not my own development, but I come up with a new framework how this ESG could be enhanced with the concept of digitalization as ESG 4.0, like where we will be testing our frameworks and so on. So let us start with, okay, so some of the current trends that could easily fit into this whole conference theme is that so here we have the themes in terms of like what are all the focus areas and what type of levels you want to achieve it. So in this whole presentation, like I'll be focusing on the value chain aspects, and then little bit on the integrated production system, mainly focusing on the digitalization of the supply chains, and then how the enabling technology can also enhance your whole sustainable development process. I would say this is not this is something like a paradigm, but which will enhance your already the existing processes and so. And with in line with the first keynote speech by Professor Diego, who was talking about sustainability and localization, like we were mainly looking into moving from the transition. Like previously we moved from local to global, but now we are also thinking about how to bring back all those globalization aspects into the little bit on the localization things. So how we can achieve that? So this my talk will also be a supplement to what Professor Diego was talking about in the first keynote speech. Go for more digital. Then you can also eliminate some of your challenges that happens with the globalization issues due to the current pandemic and supply chain disruptions and all those things. Then you can also think about going beyond like Industry 5.0, where you can also try to integrate like you are much more digitalization process, but then bringing into resilience, and then bringing into the machine man-machine integrations and so on. And then still in some of the aspects, like we are not into the level of like moving from a traditional manufacturing to a sustainable manufacturing and circular manufacturing. So we talk a lot about the new manufacturing paradigm could be a shift from a traditional one to the sustainable manufacturing or circular manufacturing. Then another one new aspects which emerged as like a recent area is like extended producer responsibility. So once you have a product on hand, like after usage, who is responsible for the product? Either it could be like looking into the unused resources, or otherwise it could be also a proper disposal activities. And one of the key challenges with extended producer responsibilities, like whether the companies are going to do the extended producer responsibility on their own, or are they going to subcontract to some of the other players or something like that. Then another new manufacturing paradigm is like we were talking about much more advanced products, like it could be like a smart products, electric vehicle and all those things. But what happens with the materials? Like what happens with your batteries and all those things? Are we really having much more like sustainable materials? What type of new materials are required for this new paradigm? Then obviously like man-machine integration, which is also part of the digitalization one. Then we talk about the back sourcing and local manufacturing, which is also like rightly said by Professor Diego in his previous talk, and how we are going to achieve this back sourcing or local manufacturing in order to promote the sustainability or to avoid all the carbon footprints. We were talking about the carbon footprints, but this pandemic has also taught us different things. Apart from the climate change, we have some other issues in the whole supply chains, which thought about bringing this back sourcing and local manufacturing concept into a new paradigm. And what is the current and the market trends? We are looking for, like, no one is interested in buying a traditional product. So we were looking for much more a smart product. So push from mass customization at low cost to request for a smart product. How can we do that? Go into a more digital business models. Then convert your hardware into a software-based smart products. For that, you need a business model innovation. So the key element or the paradigm is the innovation part as a driver for achieving the sustainable development. And then what else can be done in terms of like bringing the smart product? Like we can look into a modularization of products that enabling the agility. So building standard blocks and enables the mass customization, enables the hardware to the software transition one. So let us start one by one as a paradigm. So the first paradigm could be like innovation as a driver. So when we talk about innovation as a driver, like you can also think about, okay, where you are going to use this innovation as a driver. It could be in your local chain, or otherwise it could be in your entire supply chains. Here in one of our work, like we looked into the various issues that are related to the whole supply chains in terms of like open supply chain management aspects. So here what we did is like we divided the main issues into 3 different categories: individual participations, handling the outbound resources, and then getting innovative ideas. So how to start with the whole process is that from a closed innovation system, you can think about, okay, how can I make my traditional supply chain bit more open? So by introducing the open innovation context, and then what is required to support your open innovation context. So we need to think about, okay, I'm planning for a digitalized one, but then through an open innovation context. So I need ICT infrastructures, which is supported by like smart devices, communications infrastructures. It could be done by the drivers of Internet of Things. And then when you link all those innovation aspects and then ICT infrastructure into your manufacturing technologies, which could be converted into like a traditional manufacturing to a smart manufacturing, then you need a lot of other drivers, such as like some of the supporting technologies. It could be a digital twins, big data, cloud manufacturing, in Industry 4.0. So we mentioned Industry 4.0 because like we have several Industry 4.0 technologies that could be integrated into your manufacturing system. And these are all the various steps you can follow in order to achieve the open supply chain aspects. And then when we look into another domain of innovation is like, you can also think about green innovation, how the green innovation can enhance your supply chain performances. Like whatever the articles I'm showing here as a reference, it's our own article. You can also access those articles for free, like it's open access articles. So the next domain is like in green innovation. Then the another new topic which I come across is like we were thinking about, okay, there was an evolution with the innovation, starting from technological innovation, social innovation. Now we are thinking about how to contribute to the society, which is nothing but a societal innovation, like moving into the whole innovation process into two different dimensions. One is how we are going to make it local, and then what are all the challenges that happens with the innovation in terms of a global arena. So moving from a technological innovation towards a territorial innovation. So I want to have an innovation process that is applicable to my city or maybe my region. Then I will try to enhance my pilot study from the city to the region, region to the country. Then you can think about competing with the global innovation process and so on. Unless you can react locally, you cannot really react globally. So what are all the challenges that could happen due to the localization as well as the globalization aspects? Like it could also be upcycling through market sharing. That means when you think about your ideas to little bit in a global context, like then you need to think about how I'm going to scaling my own innovative ideas, like upscaling through cooperation and institutionalization. Then in terms of like localization, you are mainly focusing on production and attraction based on the competitive innovation process, or solution based on transformative experimental system where you try with different pilots, and then when you succeed, then you look into a little bit on the scalable of your innovative ideas. Then the another big domain where you will be a little bit introduced is like a sustainability one. I will not spend too much on this one because like it's a whole theme of the conference. You know that sustainability is achieving like 3 P's. One is planet, profit, and people. And then there are several areas, like for example, if you are going to achieve only the social element, then you call it a social sustainability, environmental sustainability, or economic sustainability, and so on. Sometimes you will achieve 2 dimensions of your sustainability, or otherwise sometimes like you achieve all the 3 pillars of the whole sustainability process. And we also call it as a triple bottom line approach. And then whenever we achieve all the 3 dimensions, this is the best one, we could say. And in terms of like integrating sustainability into the supply chains, like I have a much more focused on a supply chain view. So where you can really integrate the sustainability into the supply chains, like raw material sourcing, manufacturing, packaging, warehousing, logistics, retail, and consumption. And one of the biggest challenge now we are facing is like in terms of packaging industries and how to eliminate all those like plastic cups and so on. Today morning, like when I was talking to my Danida partner, like he was saying that, oh, we got a really good project from Japan about looking into the packaging, like how to eradicate the single-use plastics within the service sectors and so on. So you can see the importance of those elements. And when you really want to integrate the sustainability one, then you can also think about, okay, how to create those business model into the sustainability aspects, or much more into the circular economy business models. Like this is one of the projects from our national project, which is Made Fast. We looked into creating a sustainable business model to recover the pumps, used pumps, where we looked into bringing the circularity into this business model. And with the help of digitalization also, we looked into the angle of the whole the project was based on the pilots, and then understanding the incentives and means of take back policy, and enhanced focus on in the IoT and big data. But now we moved into this much more beyond the pilot study. And as you know, like the another dimensions of the sustainability is like achieving the sustainability through the circular economy, moving from linear to circular economy aspects. And So when it comes to the circular economy, the famous diagram is the butterfly diagram. Moving from the outer layer of the butterfly diagram, transition from recycling to like a maintenance cycle or something like that. So what are all the different activities you can really look into the circular economy? It could be a clean input, upcycling or downcycling of waste, refurbishing and upgrading, then higher utilization of a single product. That means when you move towards a maintain aspects. And then you can also think about, okay, in terms of what is produced and why it is produced. Is it produced because of the globalized cheap production challenges that creates towards repair and upgrading things? And when and why do products become waste? And another aspects to increase your resource utilization is moving from linear to circular. Sometimes you cannot go beyond the linear flow. Then you can also think about extending your linearity, life extension. And you can go for a life extension of a circularity also. Then in the recent papers, like they were also talking about 10 R's hierarchy of circularity, where you can also think about what is going to be your transition starting from R9 towards R0. So R0 is the highest level you can achieve, starting from recovery, recycle, repurpose, remanufacturing, refurbishment, repair, reuse, reduce, rethink, and refuse to go for a new product. And this is one of our other projects where we looked into circular economy as a building blocks with enabling technologies. So I will skip a little bit on the, about the, due to the interest of time, like we are in the era of like Industry 4.0, where everything is digitalized. Started from first industrial revolution at the end of 18th century, mainly driven by mechanical production machines, then moved into mass production powered by the electric energy, like beginning of 20th century. Then in the beginning of 1970s, like the industry 3.0, now in the fourth industrial revolution. And some of these technological gadgets were not there in 2006. We can look into the speed of development, at what rate it has achieved to reach the 100 million users. Like you can start from telephone, 75 years. The last one is Pokemon Go. Like in 25 days, it reached the 100 million users. Then what happens with our internet age? Like what is going on with within like 1 internet minute? How much data is like gathered, and how we are going to, there are so many challenges because of the huge amount of data. Like when you collect the data, what you are going to do with the data, and you need to do with big data analytics, how you are going to clean the data, and how you are going to manage the whole data processes. Then you can also look into the various Industry 4.0 technologies, the famous or the well-known various Industry 4.0 technologies. And we have adapted few technologies in our work, which I will explain you in the later slides. And why we are going for Industry 4.0, it offers like a better productivity, flexibility, speed, quality, not only all the 4 dimensions, it also offers several social element as well as the environment element, like safety aspects, working conditions, training and collaboration, environmental protection, and innovation capabilities. Then we did some of our cases by using all these paradigms as a drivers in some of our works. The first one is like with the circular economy enabling technologies versus the building blocks, where we looked into the application of enabling technologies within the circular economy aspects. Then one of the recent paper was also like talking about how to integrate the closed loop supply chain into a digitalized process, where what are all the challenges you got from the closed loop supply chains, and that was transformed into a benefits through the advanced technologies and so on. So we identified a framework where we looked into the various risks and the benefits within the whole closed loop supply chain process. So this is the framework we developed as an outcome of our paper, and this is a open access paper freely available for reading purpose. Then another one which we did is like this is Indonesian context much more, like I have included this one because like this could be a much more relevant one with respect to sustainability for achieving the smart waste management system. Here we developed a smart waste management system by looking into the various maturity levels of 5 different municipalities. So this is the maturity dimensions, and we looked into the multidimensional framework to achieve the smart circular waste management framework. And we looked into 4 cities like Jakarta, Magalan, Samarang, Yogyakarta, and what are all their maturity levels and what they need to do in order to move from like a very less maturity to the much more matured level of implementing the smart waste management. So we developed a business process one. This paper is also available for free, and if you're really interested in looking into what are all the process that was behind the smart waste management system, so you can look into this. And then the next paradigm was looking into the innovation, but then moving from frugal innovation to the sustainable frugal innovation, where we looked into the various dimensions of circular sustainable frugal innovation through artificial intelligence as a driver. Why we looked into this one? In order to implement the sustainable frugal innovation to achieve the sustainable frugal innovation performance measures. So here we also looked into various theoretical background, looking into artificial intelligence theory, and then we looked into innovation theory, and we looked into practice-based theories. And so then another one important aspects like in the social element is CSR 4.0, like corporate social responsibility for the social goods. Here we looked into how this CSR 4.0 could be implemented, and so I think this was the first time we coined this CSR as a CSR 4.0 one. Then in a much more traditional way, we also looked into the implementation of Industry 4.0 technologies, which can enhance the supply chain performance. So this is also an open access article you can read. So we developed a framework for 4 domains of the supply chains: procurement, warehouse, manufacturing, and logistics, using various technologies in Industry 4.0 technologies. But the another part of this work was like we have also validated this framework with the experts from the Danish context. And the last one is about like how to achieve the ESG things. Like for that, we looked into materiality analysis, which is a common practice in any of the practical world problems. Like when you look into the ESG implementation, the first step will be, okay, identify the problems, prioritize the problems. Then you look into how these problems are related to sustainability issues or ESG issues. Then when you identify the problem, then you can also really analyze whether those problems are at high level or moderate level or very high level and so on. Then another important difference is like, okay, sustainability, and everyone is suddenly talking about ESG. Is it a buzzword or is it really a needed thing in the real environment? Like, okay, I have also talked about, and I'm also doing articles on the ESG things, but really it is a needed topic of the current environment. Why? Because like we were also involved in another project talking about entrepreneurs and startups. So what we were looked into from the recent report is that, okay, the startups or the entrepreneurs who integrated the ESG discloses or ESG into their design phase itself or into their business strategies, they have succeeded in the next phase of their entry level. So what is meant by sustainability? Like when you go from inside out impacts, like you have a business which talks about society and environment, but in the outside in impacts, what we will be mainly focusing on is, okay, the outside partners will try to influence the businesses and vice versa in terms of they have interdependence between the environment, society, as well as the businesses. And future, it could be a digitalized ESG one, where you can also think about, okay, you have a whole technology can solve the ESG challenges, but then technology as the ESG could also be an issue. How to solve this kind of issues. So that's going to be the future challenges, where it's open for the academia to think about, okay, how we are going to create a framework with a much more digitalized one, and then how those framework could be validated or could be taken as challenges or issues in the forthcoming areas. So I will stop here, and then I will leave it to my fellow plenary speaker for his one, and then we will wait at the end for any question and answers. Like, thanks for the.
Okay, thank you, Professor Govindan, for really interesting presentation. And then I really hope, and then I'm inviting the participants of current conference to post your question through chat box, and then I will read your question afterwards. And then otherwise, I will do the opportunity to benefit from the speakers, from today's speakers. Okay, I will go to Professor Franco first, and then after that, I will see whether Professor Tamang is already online or not. So our second speaker is Professor Franco, and then she will talk about local governance towards circular cities and sustainability. Could you please present Professor Franco presentations? Okay. Good. Professor Franco, the time is yours. Sorry, Professor Franco, your speakers is not on yet.
Hello.
There's a.
Shall I start again?
Yeah, please.
Yes. The sound was not on. Sorry about that. Selamat pagi. Yes, I'm about to present the work of one of our researchers. She's doing the PhD with us, and she used some Indonesian cases. Therefore, I thought that would be relevant for this specific event. But I first like to give my recognition word for the organizers of this conference. I know Green of Industry Network is one of those, but I must admit that you did most of the work. So thank you so much for all this effort. Well, without further ado, I will start explaining about this research that is still ongoing, by the way. So I need first to discuss the context about this project. We realize how important cities are for the development of citizens in general. It's a place where we fulfill our needs and dreams, and we contribute importantly to the economy. But it also creates other kind of situations, I would say, issues that relate to the way we are using the resources to fulfill all the needs from those citizens placed in these small areas, named cities. And that is accounted in terms of the number of natural resources that we need to be transported and transformed in products that the population in these places are needing. And also important to say that the tendency is that cities keep growing. So thinking from the international references that are out there, 66% of the population by 2050 might be living in cities, which obviously will increase all these environmental pressures that we are already facing. So namely that we create, or 70% of these greenhouse emissions are emitted in cities. 50% of the global waste generation is also generated in cities. And just thinking in terms of, locations, all these issues are generated in only 2% of the Earth's surface. So that's what makes it very urgent matter to be, addressed. So how to cope with these challenges at city level. And we promote in a way the circular economy is one of the paradigms and instruments that can be adapted at local level to cope with such important challenges I just mentioned. And I just very briefly mention what is entitled when we mention circular economy. Basically, we aim at reducing our dependency on virgin materials resources, creating yielding more value from existing resources that we already have even in products and services, and also prevent the waste that can be generated after consumption, after consuming them, or even during the manufacturing of our products, in such a way that we can keep the value of such materials within the production and consumption systems for longer. And looking at the last part of the prevention of waste generation, this is something that we already came up from our research work. It has been, evaluated that 60% of the composition of waste in Indonesia, in particular, can be associated to organic matter. There is already some experiences recycling some of these resources, or I would say 7% of them, and most of them go to landfills. Also relevant to mention the amount of plastics waste that are produced. And unfortunately, it has been reported that in this beautiful country, there is a contribution we are, second producer of waste plastic in the world, which is, I think, important to make mention of it. So there are, in this context, I think opportunities for circular economy when this is more, put in the core of the operation of companies, but also in the government policies to be explored, to be, implemented. So this is something from one Indonesian scholar, I believe, showing how these circular economy opportunities can be in a way embedded in the way things are operating, mainly at the municipal level, since we are discussing household waste in principle. But even though we also need to engage with other stakeholders like, business partners, communities by themselves who can locally organize in a better way those materials that we name at the moment waste. They have most likely opportunities to be reintegrated to the production and consumption systems, as I said, by doing different operations like, recycling, producing energy from them, etc. So, this is the structure of the research that we have been doing, and the way I will present to you the information we have gathered so far. So we obviously started by using some research objectives, research questions, and we move it through some theories and concepts that were relevant for analyzing these questions. And I will explain briefly the methodological approach, and at the end I will show you some of the preliminary findings and one showcase, which is not far from here, but still Samarinta in some of the reflections. So hopefully I can manage to explain all that in 20 minutes. So research objective is to contribute to the governance frameworks towards circular economy and local sustainability, very much focused on the Indonesian context. And for that, we had 3 sub-questions. What are the fundamental concepts and indicators to evaluate circular economy at the city level? What is the framework needed to transitioning towards circular cities? A new concept here. To what extent can Samarinta showcase reflect the circularity efforts on the proposed circular cities indicators and framework, the one that we developed from this research? So start with some concepts that we think are crucial to unfold, and that is obviously the circular cities one. We went to a systematic literature review, and we found out that there are several concepts that can be related to what we are expected to see from this circularity deployment at city level of those principles of circularity. And we came up with 18 different concepts that I won't read here for seeking of the time, but we published about them. So you can, it's also an open access article, by the way, so you can look at it, how we came through the literature process and came up with these concepts. Yeah, so we needed to develop our own working definition. And for that, we came up with this one, a defined area within a regenerative economic system with far-reaching regional strategic development that continuously sustains the ability of natural systems to remain productive and diverse, functions at the final level of social well-being, and that implies economic prosperity. So we really tried to, integrate some other important values of sustainability in our concept of circular cities to show our inclusiveness and also our concern of how this circularity principles deployment could also bring some well-being and prosperity economic benefits for local localities, let's say. So yes, so the methodological approach framework that we use, very simple, straightforward, I would say. We use systematic literature review, methods, semi-structured interviews in to answer some of the research questions, and we use it a case study, as I said, Samarinda. We also use it Shimahi, but we just try to bring it one showcase here for the purpose of the conference. So I hope this is readable. I will not go through the different elements that were used, methodologically to come up with our list of indicators for circular cities, especially focused on in Indonesia, since let's say that the 3 first columns were pretty much based on literature review. So we went from the important keywords, and we, by using some snowball methods, came up with different articles that we analyzed to, at the end, identify some important components, and we created, in that sense, the indicators, which were tested or validated, better to say, with some stakeholders at more local level, so in Samarinta and in Shimahi, to try to make sense of those indicators. So we had these interviews and talked to these stakeholders to just make sure that we were in the same line of those, and complemented some of the indicators. So I'm moving to the next slide. This is to address this second research question. So what is the framework needed to transition into our circular cities? And we obviously started by doing this literature review again. We reviewed 350 papers that had some relationship with the concept of circular economy and city. We organized these articles in 3 different domains, which was very interesting to see in the framework that Professor Cannon explained a few minutes ago, because you also had governance, technology, and the 3 pillars of sustainability as part of your framework. So interesting matching there. And from there, we came up with some elements that we thought in terms of, process elements that we wanted to be clear part of our framework, and that we developed this Transcend for Cities framework, which has 4, I would say, relevant phases: the setting up, diagnosis, goal setting, and treatment phase. But also, I must say, after the treatment, we have the implementation phase, and there is a review phase, which was not here mentioned since, well, to be fair, a research project of 4 years was not sufficient to, also implement such treatment and verify that things were working as were planned in the diagnosis and goal setting phases. So, but obviously that should be somehow in this Transcend for Cities framework, just to make it clear. I'm moving to the third research question. So how this particular showcase of Samarinta could fit into our circular city indicators and framework. And for that, we use a desk research, again, with generation study, and we run a number of interviews locally to understand what the situation was. So here now I'm moving to the findings part of the research work, and I show here the list of indicators that we came across and we validated through interviews locally. And as I said, there are, well, basically these 3 pillars in terms of indicators: economic, social, and environmental ones. And you can see that the environmental dimension is a little bit more, developed. So we try to cover, these important sub-dimensions on the environment, performance of cities, so energy, land use, water, and I would say air pollutants. But I missed one word there. But there are also the economic factors and social that I won't go into them just to save time, but you can always look at the information that we are providing here. So, and this is what we developed for the framework. As I said, we had these 4 phases: setting up, diagnosis, goal setting, and treatment. And for the setting up, we try to, first identify who are those important stakeholders that need to be engaged from the beginning to enter to this more diagnosis and design phase of what can be this transitional framework from linear to more circular practices, let's say. So that was in the setting up, and in diagnosis phase, we covered different criteria from, political, economic, technological, social, etc. dimensions that were very important for us to have a clear picture in order to come up with a potential set of projects, activities that could help, in this case, the city to transit towards more circularity practices and also sustainability performance, I would say. And the treatment, of course, that is a list of programs, projects that can be related to these specific goals that were established by all these stakeholders together to come up to more tangible and potential implementation of those projects, programs. In the setting of phase, as I said, we needed to cover a number of dimensions like demographic ones, economic, sociocultural, technological, ecological and political, legal aspects to be integrated in the diagnosis phase, basically that from that multi-dimensional analysis, we could come up with something that was that could be, let's say, more tangible and applicable to the local situation. So I'm moving now to the showcase to give you some numbers. So this is, for our Indonesian audience, of course, this might be something relatively well known. So Samarinta is located in the island of Kalimantan. Thank you so much for the help, in the east, and it has a number of districts involved. So we can see that in the next slide. So 10 of them, and the population is there also displayed. So you can see, I'm losing my voice, sorry about that. So Sungai, Kunjang, and Samarinta Ulu, Samarinta Utara are, I would say, the biggest of these districts in the Samarinta area. And here we can see some of the important soil use, land use, in different categories from industrial years, 2015 to 2020. And what I think is remarkable to observe is the use, the change of use that was in agricultural land, more important, I would say, that is more important nowadays than it was in 2015, while natural vegetation shifted and now seems to be less relevant for this particular area. So I'm moving to, but there are other land uses, as you can see here: industry and mining, built environment, and water bodies as well. So this is so relevant to be mentioned, the mission of the city, because whatever, let's say, circular city strategy to be developed and implemented needs to be, in line with the mission and vision of the city in the long range. And well, you can see here how important environmental sustainability is for this city, for Samarinta. And they have this, I would say, very important vision in the long term as well, that they would like to make Samarinta a central city of civilization that has this sustainability, social and environmental values embedded in their mission and vision. So, yeah, when we were discussing about the development of this circular city strategy, we thought that there might be two ways, but there might be much more than that, obviously, but we thought where to start. So where is that this potential activities related to circular economy at city level need to be promoted? And then we thought that maybe look at those that are more feasible cases could be a way to do that. Or the other is, where are those priorities? Where are those more important issues that relates to, in this case, materials management and waste management for the city? And that was, I think, our main interest, to address those that are prioritized for the city. So we decided to go for the option one. And then that's why we ended up looking at the waste management. So how to make these practices in a more circular manner and then more sustainable way. And you can, well, I'm not, I don't want to read all this because it's quite a lot of information there, but just to give you an overlook about all the regulations that exist already in Indonesia in relation to waste management. And they are obviously attached to this, decrees and regulations, specific norms to one quantify all different waste streams, and also, make more concrete their quantification. So we also look at the institutional arrangement. There are a large number of institutions involved from the government at national, provincial, and municipality level. But what's also very nice to see, that's really my voice, is how some of the community, some grassroots organizations, for instance, NGOs, that have been taking an important role in the waste management, like waste pickers. You have different organizations like waste banks that have been function as brokers to, enable the recycling procedures within households' generation of waste and industrial application of those materials. So I want to drink something.
Professor Franco, you have 5 minutes left.
I was very afraid of that. So, okay. In any case, this is the institutional arrangement that serves, for this purpose. So I will really go very fast through this diagnosis phase in Samarinta. This is how the municipal waste system looks like. And what I would like to stress here, there are formal and informal actors that are very important, all of them, obviously, in that this system keeps working properly. But yeah, it might be some opportunities there for improvement. This is what came up from our waste generation study. So you can see food waste, plastics, and paper waste are very dominant in the picture of Samarinta generation of waste. And we also classified the generation in terms of collection, reduction, handling these materials into specific years, 2019, 2020. And we also look at the facilities in place. So we have temporary storage, waste banks already, units operating, and some of the integrated temporary storage. And we used these numbers when it came to the, projection of population expected in the next 20 years by 2041, so that we can, from our circular economy perspective, try to recognize what is possible to be, used from organics, papers, plastics, because that's where we saw as a more important material flows that can reorganize it in circular flows. So we also look at how shift the institutional arrangement towards more governance practices, where we have an important role of this, 3 R's, temporal collection and recovery points. So this is still in the projection side. And we made a projection in terms of facilities needed if we really want to enhance recycling practices. We also need to go along with the policies in place. We know that there is an interest to also create more incineration facilities that can, create energy sources over there. And that's the reason you can also read in this part. So it's not only about recycling and having facilities for, collecting these materials, but also the municipality or the city of Samarinta has interest on generating energy from their resources. And all of that, well, is reflected to some extent in the treatment that we are suggesting. So you might not see specific programs or projects in this sense at city level. We try to cover these elements in these 3 dimensions of sustainability, basically. And we are looking at the indicators, how this can be reflected in these in these indicators that we developed at the beginning. So we thought it's very important. Any strategy should have together a matrix to make sure that the progress is done along the way of the implementation of this strategy. So some reflections about this work. So we think that it's very important to have these set indicators to evaluate progress, as we mentioned it, and have them in a more contextualized way is crucial to make sense. It's good to have all these international frameworks that can guide us to have, more sustainable and circular economy practices at local level, but it's more important, I could say, to contextualize all these instruments and make sure that they are making sense for people operating them, operating in this case, the frameworks and using the indicators. So there is a need of adjustments and testing, obviously, as any framework for the one we developed. And we believe that designing this treatment phase is one of the important challenges, because we also realize there are many barriers that come across as institutional, economic, and social. But we also think that if you have this local governance in place, it's possible to make some steps towards those important goals in the long range. So yes, I will stop my presentation there and just thank you for your time. Terry Makashi.
Okay, terima kasih Professor Franco for your interesting presentation in regards with the local governments towards circular cities and sustainability, especially when you talk about Samarinda as your study case. Now I will ask Professor Jyoti Tamang. Hello, Professor Tamang, are you online?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, good, great. So welcome the online. Professor Jyoti Tamang, you have 20 minutes maximum 20 minutes for your presentation, and then after that we will go to the question and answer session. Professor Tamang, the time is yours, please.
Okay. Is it visible? My slide is visible?
Yes, we can see your presentation, and then your voice is.
Thank you very much. Good morning, namaskar. Thank you very much, first of all, to the organizers for inviting me to this very important conference on the sustainability. So I think this conference is mainly sustainability of the environment, the livelihood, and all. But here I would like to add the very important the components after the post-COVID is the food. The food is very important, and it has been proved that this is the most important the components of the sustainability for the nutritional security, for the immunity boosters, and everything for the health and the prevention of all the diseases. So my topic is the Asian indigenous fermented foods and their nutritional sustainability. Now, before we go to the topic, that this is the geographical distributions of the ethnic foods in Asia. If you see that the soybeans are mostly grown and consumed in the Southeast Asia, including the eastern part of the eastern Himalayas, including eastern part of Nepal, Bhutan, and India, and the entire Southeast Asia and all. But whether in the West Asia, it is mostly the fermented milk product and the fermented cereal products. Now, these are the different Asian ethnic foods. Rice is a staple food in all the most in the Southeast Asia. Now, as for the FAO, transformation of the agriculture and food systems is essential, delivering safe, affordable, and sustainable diets. I interpret that deliverable, affordable, sustainable diets are the ethnic fermented foods. There are more than 5,000 varieties of the major and minor fermented foods in the world, which are consumed as a staple curry, side dish, fried, paste, seasoning, etc. Use the diversity of the Asian fermented foods and alcoholic fermented beverages is historically contributed by multiracial ethnic communities of Asia through their ethnomicrobiological knowledge without knowing microbiology and fermentation dynamics, but they know how to get the acceptable sensitive properties for centuries. We authenticated scientifically the domestication of biofunctional microorganisms used by our ancestors. There are more than 9 different types of the fermented foods, fermented vegetables, mostly fermented by the lactic acid bacteria, fermented legume cereals, and so on. So I think as a student of the microbiology, we always read in our schools that in the secondary levels and in the undergraduate, that the microorganisms are mostly the bad guys. They cause the disease, food poisoning and all. I think there are many microorganisms which are very beneficial, as has been proved by the gut microbiota, because our body is composed of all essential microorganisms. It is not like the corona, the smallest organism in the world, the virus, and the deadliest organism in the world. But there are other microorganisms also which are present in our fermented food. They enhance the nutritional value, fortify the health, promoting bioactive compounds, and these are called the good bugs or the beneficial microorganisms. So I'm just going through that. How we do is that the latest technique is to extract the DNA from the food, so that this is the high throughput sequence, but the latest is the shotgun sequence. We can give the entire domains. So most of the Asian fermented foods are naturally fermented, and it contains the bacteria also, the different types of bacteria. It contains the yeast also. It contains the filamentous molds also, virus also, archaea also. That is what we call the domains. So that makes a huge the microbial the diversity in any Asian fermented foods. And beside that, now the concept of the balanced diet, the estimation of the protein, carbohydrate, I think that has gone. We go to the molecular levels, what we call the proteomics, and we mostly go to the metabolomics. That means there are 2 types of metabolites: the secondary metabolites, that is targeted and untargeted. And mostly the people are now more interested on the untargeted metabolites, which contains the immunomodulators, many bioactive compounds, which can cure many fatal diseases also. They push the immunity and all. And these are all present in our fermented foods. So this is just a concept of how we do that. We integrate the metagenomics, the entire metataxonomic and the metabolomic approaches. And recently we also do this metagenome assemble genomes, where we can get a novel the contribution of some of the beneficial microorganisms. So I'll go to the soybeans, because soybeans in the Himalayas are very popular, and we have 2 varieties. And this is there are 2 types of fermented soybean food, which is fermented by the bacteria, most of the bacillus, which is sticky, and I'll show you. Then another is the fermented soybean food, like in Indonesia, which are fermented by the mold or the filamentous molds. So we collected the samples of kinema from different regions of Nepal, Bhutan, and India, and we did the both high throughput and shotgun sequencing. And these are the entire thing. We detected 277 bacterial and 80 fungal species, interspecies diversity. Even the bacillus contains more than 27 species and all. So then we did the shotgun sequencing. In shotgun sequencing, we got the 280, whereas in the high throughput, we could detect only 27. So 280 species of the bacillus we could detect and all. This means the species, interspecies of these bacteria are already present in our traditionally fermented food, including the tempeh and so many fermented food in Indonesia. What we need is to detect, to decode, we need a technology. The latest technology to do the metataxonomy is the shotgun. Maybe in the futures, maybe in the coming days, another technology will come with the machine learning. I think very few works have been done in the Indonesian fermented food with the application of the shotgun and the others. I will refer that also thing. So these are all the different type of, I'm not going into details of that, how the diversity of the microorganisms are being sketched, and we can get that which are the rare, which are the shared, which are the common species among the different fermented foods of the countries and all. So this is a Bacillus subtilis. It's a very beneficial organisms in the fermented, sticky fermented soybean food, and these are the metabolomics of also. So these are the different type of the organisms which are responsible for the biosynthesis of the untargeted metabolites. And then what we have found is that we found that the immunity boosters also. The red indicates indicated the immunity protein in the bacterium isolated from the fermented soybean food. So it indicates that the consumption of the fermented foods can boost the immunity, which is very, very important in the during the COVID and the post-COVID periods. And we found that there is a sticky, because that is sticky is nothing but it's a polyglutamic acid, which is the composition of the amino acid, most of the glutamic acid, which has got several biofunctional properties and health benefits. Recently, we isolated and identified few bacillus species having this. And another is the antithrombotic properties and all. It cures the heart disease. It can just clear the artery. And this also contains in the fermented food, which are fermented by the bacillus, and we have already proved it and all. So these are the different untargeted metabolites in the fermented soybean food and all. And there are different types of vitamins also, vitamin B7, B5, and so many. And these are in the eastern Himalayan areas. There are diversified type of the fermented soybean foods. These are the sticky fermented foods, which are very similar to Japanese natto. And this is the similar type in southern China is the Daoji, Thanao in Thailand, and Pibok in Myanmar, then Xiang in Cambodia, and Chumpokja in Korea, and Natto in Japan. Very interesting is, I told you there are two types of fermented food. One is the bacillus fermented food, the bacterial fermented food, and there is the mold fermented foods. The sticky fermented foods are confined only to these regions, and in the other regions are mostly, you don't find the bacillus fermented food, it are mostly fermented by the molds and all. So this is natto, I'm not going into details of this. This is the Pibok, which we collected, and we did this shotgun sequencing, and we collected the Chumpokja of Korea, and we did the shotgun sequencing, and we compared the different types of the bacillus from this food. And now the tempeh is very important. Indonesians have historically invented by the ethnomicrobiology. They knew how to domesticate the Rhizophorus oligosporus. This is not a bacterium, this is the filamentous mold to produce a tempeh. The traditional starter inoculum is locally called usar in Indonesia, which are filled with the leaves, which is used to ferment the boiled soybeans in the tempeh. Now you have a commercial tempeh starters and all. Tempeh has several functional properties and health benefits and therapeutical uses. Metabolites in tempeh was also analyzed and all. And tempeh is regarded as a sustainable food in Indonesia, and not only in Indonesia, it has become an international food nowadays. And there are so many ethnomicrobiology of the fermented milk products, the lactose intolerance. I said that the consumption of the milk is mostly in the Western Asia, not in the Eastern Asia, because the lactose intolerance, that means the sugar in the milk, is common among the Mongolian races, mostly the ethnic communities of the Southeast Asia. That can be supplemented by the fermented milk products, which contain low or no lactose. That means the drinking fermented milk products reduce the symptoms related to the lactose intolerance. So there are different types of the fermented milk products in India and in the Dahit, Indonesia, which is the fermented milk of the buffalo milk. And we did this all. I'm not going into details of this. And the very important thing is the fermented milk products have got the probiotic properties and all. And recently we have isolated the GABA. GABA is very important, the gamma amino butyric acid from the bacterium, the Levi-Lactobacillus brevis. Why GABA is important is GABA plays a major role in controlling anxiety, stress, and the neurodegenerative disorders like the Alzheimer's and the normal aging. Now, the stress is very important, a kind of the disease among the people, even the middle age and the young people, and even the advanced ages also. I think the consumption of the fermented milk product is very important to reduce this anxiety. And of course, I'm not going into details of that. And there are many fermented vegetables. As you know, the kimchi of Korea is very popular, and shaokai of China, tumbuc of India, shaokai of Germany, and all. So it contains a different type of the lactic acid bacterium, like Lactobacillus fermentum, Lactobacillus casei, and all. So this is the kimchi is one of the healthiest food, the sustainable diet in Korea. As I told you, just like a tempeh, kimchi is also nowadays the international food. Everybody prefers to have the tempeh and kimchi and all. So there are different types of fermented fish products and all. In Pakistan, in the Indonesian fermented fish product is very popular. And there are different types of meat products also. So I'm not going into details of this. And there are many ethnomicrobiological of the starter culture formations and all. So this is the starter cultures. Like in Indonesia, it is called the ragi. It contains the bacteria, it contains the Phyllometon molds, it contains it is a consortium of the microorganisms. This is also very important, sustainable use of the starters which are being practiced by our forefathers. And it has different names. It is called matcha in India, nuruk in Korea, ragi in Indonesia, made in Vietnam, and so on. And there are varieties of this type of amylolate starters in India. I'm not going to the details of that. And there is a fermented the coconut with the drink, what we call the toddy and all. And recently we are doing a good investigations on this. And it has got the anti-diabetic effect, anti-inflammatory effect, anti-obesity effect, antioxidant properties, and so on. In Japan, the alcoholic drink is called sake, and in Korea it is makgeolli and baijiu in China. Now this is very important. When I visited in Bandung in the university in 2013, I took this photo with the help of Professor Roj Tida, who is my very good friend, and his student Dr. Gilang and Savitri. I think they must be present in this online presentation. So I went to one village. I forgot that village. What they do is that, because this is the product, what is called the tape. Tape ketan is an alcoholic fermented the beverage in Indonesia. And it is fermented not from the rice, it is fermented from the cassava. So a lot of farmers grow the cassava. And it is this is very important sustainability, because the cassava initially, traditionally, people used to ferment this cassava into the alcoholic beverages and all. But because of the religions, because of the taboo, and because the people said that instead of the alcoholic product, why not to have the non-alcoholic product and all? So they invented with their knowledge of the ethnomicrobiology, they boiled cassava and used the bamboo. It's a completely sustainable, biodegradable. The bamboo, the basket and the leaf, banana leaf, and they boiled and placed it and all, and they used the ragi, the starter cultures, which contains the Phyllometon molds, the yeast, and the bacteria. So they packed it like that, then wrap it and keep it for the 24 hours. So next day, or 24 to for 38 hours. The next day, the cassava is full of the mycelia, just like in the tempeh. And if you test it, it is completely sweet. So what is that? Is the starch of the cassava is degraded by the Phyllometon molds, mostly the rhizopus and the mucor, which produces the amylase enzymes, which breaks down the starch to the glucose, and glucose is very, very sweet. Now, if you go to the tape ketan alcoholic, you just make it the anaerobic fermentation. So if you go to the glycolysis cycle, and it produces ethanol and the carbon dioxide and all. So what they have, the people, ethnic people have said that they quench it, they stop it. Quenching is a scientific word. They quench, they stop it here, and no further alcoholic fermentation. So it contains the zero alcohol and the sweet, and it is. Then I've seen the big the containers outside the village and all. And I asked Dr. Gilang, why these big containers are there? They said that they have come to collect this, and these are used as a natural stuff, natural sugar. So I think in the confectionaries in the Bandung and maybe other regions, they hardly use the sugar. So you use the natural product, that is the cassava. I think this is what I think very important in the today's the conference on the sustainability. This is how we have to promote it. And the fermented foods have got several health promoting benefits. They prevent the cancer, lowering blood sugars, they protect the osteoporosis and so on. So very important, and this is the last slide. The consumers of the 21st century prefer foods which cure disease, which impart health promoting benefits. Asian fermented foods can supplement such demand with high functionalities and health tax to the consumers. Especially the Asian fermented foods are inexpensive, high plant protein food with several health promoting benefits such as immune boosters, antioxidant, anti-thrombotic, to cure the heart disease and so on. And similarly, fermented milk products also have several probiotic properties. However, due to a high preference of the fast food and the commercially available ready-to-eat foods, as well as urbanization of many regions in the Asian countries, traditional foods are affected mostly among the young generation. So I request my previous speakers you have really done a very good survey work, and you have really made a very good format the questionnaires. I request you also to include the food the survey also. This is very important and for the sustainability. The other regions, maybe the climate change. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Professor
This is
Tamang.
the last slide. This is the last slide.
Okay, good. Thank you.
This is the last slide, which may affect the yield and the productivity of the agriculture producers, finally may impact the production of the traditional food products. So these are all my publications. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation, Professor Tang. Now we go to the most exciting part, which is a question and answer session. Before I start my question, if as a to provoke other questions, I will could you please show the chat box? Probably there is already questions from the participants, online participants. Belum ada, not yet. Okay, good. If there is no question yet, then I will use this opportunity to ask all the distinguished speakers. So from what I heard, from the three different speakers, you look at the three different level of sustainability, and then the last one is Professor Tamang look at very deep looking at the about food sustainability. Now the two speakers before Professor Tamang, basically there is a line about the circular economy. Now my question is rather a simple question. I myself have exposed to the concept of circular economy, and then as an economist, I always tend to look the benefit and the cost of circular economy. Now my question is, how to mainstream the circular business model, when we bring our case to the government or to the business sectors. What is your professional opinions that the government of or the local scientists, the local researchers in Indonesia should do about the mainstreaming the circular business model? That is my first question for the first two speakers. While for Professor Tamang, this is I will not go to the microbiology stuff, but this is what my question is to you. There is currently there is an existence of superfoods. We can find it the example in Africa. We can find the example in Latin America. For example, avocado is believed as one of the superfoods. It is rich in nutrition and so on and so forth. And then also in Indonesia, tempe, just like what you mentioned. However, there is a tendency, about the food, the indigenous food here. Well, connecting to our keynote speech, the Professor Vasquez Bruce said that globalization is not westernalization. Yet in the context of food, actually there is a westernalization. For example, people in Indonesia, there are the local food, the indigenous food is start disappearing and then replaced by the Western food. Well, in terms of nutritional content, we can argue about it, but I will not go to that. That is the first one. Or the second one, so either the indigenous food replaced by the Western food, or the second possibility is the indigenous food, it is when going up or internationalized. However, we forgot about the livelihood of the indigenous people. So what I mean like this, yes, we are care about tempe, but what about the livelihood of the soybeans farmers or the local, the indigenous people who actually own the food, and then we care about the food but forget about the owner of the food itself. Now, I would like to ask your comments about this, Professor Tamang, from your professional point of view. But before I go to yours, I will ask the two speakers here who sit next beside to me. So, Professor Govindan and Professor Franco, what do you think about the circular mainstreaming the circular business model? I let Professor Franco first, okay? Oh, okay. Then okay. So, Professor Govindan, please. Okay, sure.
Yeah. For example, like if you look into the circular business models, and you are talking about what are all the things that needs to be taken care when it comes to implementing the circular business model, much more in a strategic point of view, in the sense like okay, how you should approach the local governments, or it could be much more in a country perspective, taking those challenges. So first of all, you need to identify, okay, what is really contributing to the circular business model.
Okay.
In the sense of, this is my current scenario, and what is my goal, and how I'm going to move towards a circular business model is nothing but how I'm going to approach the circularity. There could be several ways or alternatives to approach the circularity. So, several business models.
Okay.
Okay. And first step is like identify the various circular business model.
Okay.
And then choose based on your requirement or what is the goal the local government has proposed. Okay, let's start with ban the plastic waste. So that's going to be your business. Then you may have like several different types of wastes available, like as Professor Laura was talking about the different types of waste, and then in her case, like paper waste was like contributing a lot. So then you identify what is the goal the local government has imposed, translate that.
Sorry, Professor Govindan, you need to speak closely. The mic need to be close to the, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So when it comes to the local implementation, identify the challenges, convert that into a circular business model, set them as a goal. At what level you are going to reach this the business model, and then at what intervals. Then when it comes to the implementation process, then there are few things you need to really look for. The circular business model is, one thing is like, what are the drivers for changing, and what are all the barriers for changing.
Okay.
So these two aspects that needs to be addressed in the beginning. Okay, so what is the motivation I'm going for implementing this business model and what are all the challenges I will face. So once you identify this, how I am going to implement my business model, that's mostly it could be a practices within the local region that, okay, I will eradicate the entire plastic production itself. Or otherwise, I may go for reusable plastics that could have a higher recycling percentage, or maybe it's 100% recyclable plastics and so on. So this is the way you try to approach it. Then you can also start with like a small pilot in a small region of your whole city. Then if it is like, okay, feasible, then you can also scale up this entire things into your own city. Then you can go beyond certain regions and so on.
Okay.
So this is how you come up with business models.
Okay. So you basically say that, you know, we need a baseline condition, baseline situation, and then from that point of view, you identify the drivers and then the barriers, and then start making a plan, and then how to implement it, and then start you know, a sample project, and then before you scale up to the national wide project.
If you are looking into like 2050 goal and then I'm going to implement that, it never happens. From a centralized point of view, okay, you decentralize that. Okay, it's my national goal for 2050. What is going to be my goal for next 2 years? Like short-term goals, and then midterm goals, and then the long-term goals.
Okay.
How I'm going to approach something for your goals. You will by these drivers and barriers. These could be into the next level of implementation process.
Okay. Thank you. What about you? Your comment, Professor Franco, please.
Yes, I noticed the question is how to stream circular economy from the government and also
for the
business. Yeah. I'm not an economist. I have to disclaim this to start with, but I understand the question. So I think for the government to mainstream circular economy, they have already in Indonesia, as far as I know, done important steps. One of them is that it's already a law in relation to circular economy.
Okay.
So municipalities and other higher levels of the government might make use of this instrument, to start motivating locally their to start with their employees to move towards more circular practices, I would say, so that they promote this locally. So that's one thing. The other thing is obviously from the policy perspective, the extended producer responsibility that can also be seen an instrument to, enable and motivate, in this case, the producers to change some of their practices in relation to their resources management, to even create new ways to, generate income. And you might know this leasing business model, which is a way for the companies to retain the materials, the value of the materials. So basically you have access to the product functionality, but you don't own the product. So there are several examples out there, I would say, that have shown how beneficial is for both parts. So the producers and the users, that they can bring back this product to the producer in a way, and that can, help the environment, because at a certain point you don't know as a user what to do with the old cell phone. But if you already know that you can bring it to your retailer or other institution, I don't know, then this can be, recovered, maybe upgraded in terms of functionalities, and that might, prolong the life of this particular device, just to give an example.
Okay.
But I think there are many interesting ways there to mainstream this circular economy.
Okay.
And I basically focus on the end use part. So once we give these materials to the municipality to deal with whatever is there and try to extract as much as possible some of their components, And in there are many opportunities as well for spin-offs, I would say.
Okay, so yes, talking about producer responsibility, I remember that in the case of the weight batteries, the batteries that use in the car,
Yes.
there's a city in Indonesia, well, in Bogor, not too far from Jakarta, there is a village, you can say like that, who actually try to recycle. Unfortunately, they recycled without safe practices. So it is an unsafe practices, and then now currently there is an impact on that, especially for their children. So the life expectancy is way below the even the provincial level, and then stunting is there, and then children's with disabilities, something like that, and then again, producer responsibility might be a keywords that the government needs to implement on the to make sure that the circular model, the business model can be run through in Indonesian economy. Oh yes, please.
Like in line with EPR and then your example of the city close to Jakarta.
Yeah.
So one suggestion could be like with a much more government or policymakers point of view, you can also think about, okay, how you can have a transition from this informal sector into a formalized sector. So to avoid all these social issues and so on, when you make this informal sector into a formalized one, then you will also bring into the rules and regulations. There should be a specific conditions at which you can do the recycling that can avoid all these like future issues. And
Okay. So yes. So basically, formalization is also so. Then when you have a formal sectors, then the implementation of a positive regulation can be clear, clean and cut, something like that.
That's why one of the figures I showed, in the diagnosis we have very clear presence of informal and formal actors, and the last one in the proposal is trying to have everything formalized to avoid this risk.
Okay. Now go to Professor Tamang. Professor Tamang, my question before it was about food, local food, indigenous food. Can they have two possibilities? Either missing because of replaced by Western food, or missing because of the it is internationalized, and then we forget about the owners of the food itself. What is your comment, Professor Tamang?
Yeah, you see, the food, the food which you like it, I dislike it. The food which I like, you dislike. Everybody has a choice, the preference of the food, and they have a pituitary gland, the flavor. You like that flavor, and another may not like that flavor. That is the main concept of it, whether it is a fermented food or the non-fermented food, whether it is the commercial food or any food and all. Now the health, what is the main concern is that how we promote our ethnic foods which have been proved, that it has been consuming for centuries and centuries, and all over the world. Each and every community has its own food, and when there was no commercialized food, when there was no food chain systems, nothing and all, everybody had to depend on the cooked food or whatever the food, the home food and all. So it proves that if you compare with the longevity and all, then the longevity of now, I think our forefathers have survived off that food. That is the beauty part about the ethnic foods. Now, why our young generations, everybody goes, it's not only young generation, it's the consumers. Of course, there was a way that they test the Kentucky Fried Chickens, the McDonald's, because of the crispy natures, because of the oiliness, something like that, the people. But now, because of the COVID, after the post-COVID, people have realized, not only people, the young generations also realize that we should eat the safe food, the healthy food, which can boost the immunity. I think that is the main concept of the change in the food economy and the food policies and all. Now, each and every government is now giving the more emphasis on the food. They are now trying to make a policy, the regulations, and so many things also. What is very important here, these foods, the health benefits, the health, the tact of that food if that food, any food of any country or any company or any brand which reduces your the diabetic, or it reduces your cholesterol, or it will cure the anti-wrinkle, the obesity. These are the main concerns and all. People will go for that food, whether no matter that food has a good taste or not taste anything. Everybody's go and the food supplements. Now the question comes in each and every country or in the universities, our responsibility, and especially the food science. Now the tempeh has been extensively worked, and it has to be done, and a lot of researches have been done, and a lot of the publications and the outcomes have come. But there are so many other, and you have rightly said that in the different regions, the small regions, the minor foods in the Indonesia are now disappearing. It may come with the endangered or the extinct. This is not only the case in Indonesia, all over the world. Because if there is no consumption, then there is no preparation. If there is no preparation, the preparation idea is protected by the mothers, the grandmothers, fathers, and all. If the young generation, their generations are not learning that technology, if they do not know how to make the tempeh and all, okay, they have to depend on the commercial. So that technology will be lost. And second thing is that the scientists, as well, we have to do a lot of work on that. We have to preserve that microorganism. We have to find out and extract the bioactive compounds, and we have to prove that the biopeptides and the immunomodulators and all. And if we be able to work out that, the company will happily come to promote that food. I think that is the concept of the food. I think we have to give a more emphasis on that. And similarly, the government has to make the regulations, the food safety standards and all. Once the government will make the regulations, and government has to promote, make a policy that the ethnic foods, it is not like that the ethnic food should be sold and all. There's a food safety and there are some procedures. I think, I do not know in Indonesia, but some countries have that standards and all, even in India also. So we give a more emphasis, and we have to include this traditional food also. Then the company will come to invest, then definitely the food industry will grow.
Okay, so I can see your point, but basically the governments, well, not only the governments, but also the people itself, themselves, we need to work proactively to, to see, to show that there is an incentive, economic benefits, economic incentive, when we go to the local food. And then this is not only, I'm not only talking about money, but also talking about health concern or accessibility, especially for the low and middle income family, something like that. So well, this is really nice, but I need to go to the chat box if there is a question. Otherwise, I will monopolize the whole session, question and answer session. Oh yeah, there is a from Mutia. Mutia has three questions, two for Professor Govindan and then one from for Dr. Franco Garcia. So Professor Govindan, first question. In recent years, similar to your explanation, attention has been paid to frugal innovation. The extent to which the potential of frugal innovation can guarantee sustainability. The extent to which the frugal innovation can guarantee sustainability. Did you have an example of best practices either in developed or developing countries in regards to the role of frugal innovation to guarantee the sustainability? And then the second question, do you think shorter supply chains is better than the longer one? From what perspective your opinion is based on? And do you have any example on that one to support your answers? And then for Dr. Garcia, Franco Garcia, is what factor do you think can be the main factors of the success of implementation of circular economy in developing countries, cities? Please, Professor Govindan.
Yeah, in terms of like frugal innovation, it's a recent topic where it has attracted a lot of researchers as well as the practitioners looking into how frugal we are in terms of like it could be a manufacturing or it could be in any service industries, but bringing or integrating environmental or social aspects into the frugal innovation is like it's really new to the academic world as well as the practitioner world. But with this pandemic and all those COVID and all those things, we also looked into how to integrate this frugal innovation into various aspects, and we have also succeeded in terms of sustainability. If you look into the whole 3 dimensions of the sustainability, we looked into the economic benefits, we achieved that, and in terms of like environmental benefits and social aspects also, like converting a empty container into hospital beds or something like that, and then unused train compartments into a used one, and then we also looked into some of the manufacturing processes. So it is obviously true that we can achieve, but in terms of like live examples or best practices, it is evolving, I would say. Like not too many best practices, like we are doing some kind of like exploratory study about how this frugal innovation can improve the sustainability aspects and so on. And the second one about the shorter supply chains versus the longer one, now you can see like the entire world is like screaming for resources. And if you have a much more like a lengthy supply chain or the bigger supply chain things, then the demand fulfillment or dependent of resources, it's going to be much more complex due to several things. We can say the first one we started with pandemic, another one we are into this war situation with Russia and Ukraine things, and now we have really a complex situation within the whole supply chain, even though there are several cases where even we have a big complexity with the shorter supply chains compared to the longer one. If it is in a safe zone, then it's okay. You can have a longer supply chains. But for example, if you're in the borders of those war zone, or if you're in need of materials from like China or something like that, still they don't go for like an open policy about the COVID kind of things. Then either it could be a shorter or longer one, you will suffer, or the complexity and then the problem with the supply chain will be huge.
Okay, so
it depends on case by case. Case by
so
case.
there's
No standard one answer for this.
Okay. And then a question for Dr. Franco. Could you please present it?
What are the factors to main factors? To sex. That's a very good question to make. I'm not sure I can answer. I will just give it a try. So I believe what I try to explain here in my presentation is very important to work bottom up. So wherever you want to change within a system, it's crucial that you try to engage with important, let's say, the people who made the decisions, right? And representatives of groups of, for instance, citizens, NGOs, etc., that can bring their points and discuss together what is they actually want to do and to see in the future. And circular economy, well, is I would say just one paradigm or instrument that can support, sustainability performance in the medium-long range. So you really need to make sure that you have on board these important groups, stakeholders. And when you are developing this strategy to transit to more circular practices, that means that you also have to create trust and collaboration among the people involved and that need to be involved in the future. Access to information is crucial. There are creation of databases where people can see, for instance, if you are looking for a business partner because you know that you need a specific material that can be a recycling material, you need to know who is producing such material in first place. So this can be also facilitated to some extent by, I don't know, maybe the government of of a hub, a private entity, platforms to develop these potential partnerships to make use of those materials that have been recovered, recycled, etc. And of course, technology has a very important role here. So not only those that are already available, but hopefully new technologies that can, really help to make better use of these resources and materials. Creativity, I could say, is very crucial here. Be very innovative, not only from the production side, but also from the business side. How to generate, income, economic, financial benefit from new ways to dealing with our resources as a large, I would say. So, yeah, I can continue, but I stop here.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. One last question. Actually, I will go for to the chat box. This is for you, Professor.
Regional skill developing countries, how they
in terms of development on regional scale in developing countries, how the government roles connected the gap between rural area, traditional in culture, with modern city to achieve the sustainability in both economic and socio cultural. So basically the role of government connecting. So because basically this is what happened in Indonesia, we have a metropolitan area, big cities, and then yet we still have also a rural area that lack in many access. For example, the internet or even basic technological access. So the question is about what is the role of the government to connect those two worlds?
I think it's a very big challenge, right? And well, I'm not the expert on this field. We have actually in our work a group of people working on urban communities, and which tries to address this interface between cities, urban and rural areas. Looking at from the policy perspective, so the level of capacity needed in there to, have more fair development across these two areas, urban and rural. But I see a lot of challenges there that need to be specifically addressed by the government, because it's very good to have all these regulations in place, but if we don't have in the rural areas the capacities to cope with such challenges, I see that it would be very hard for any government, but I don't have a concrete answer for that. Sorry for that.
So basically empowerment is a key word, especially for the rural people from the rural area. So now we are talking about, we've touched with so many different dimensions.
Yeah, sorry, I cannot give a concrete answer.
Okay, no worries about that one. Go to the Professor Tamang. Professor Tamang, this last question probably is not on the area of your expertise, Prof. But I will I will still ask your about this question to you. In Indonesia, when the government talk about food security, the government of Indonesia just think about the price of the food. So basically, that's the only thing matters for the government, especially if we look at the UN definition about food security. It doesn't only cover about the price of the food itself, but also the quality, the nutritious food that also covers. Now, in regard with your study, promoting the local food, the ethnic food, the indigenous food, and then with the context of food security, do you have any comment, Professor Tamang, for government of Indonesia?
Well, I don't know much about the food policy of Indonesia, but I can suggest that any country, as it has been proved now, fully proved after the COVID, post-COVID, that the food is very important, and not only food, the safe food, the healthy food is very important, and it should be accessible to all the consumers. whoever are there, the poor, rich, whatever it is, the consumers is the same. So I think it is the duty of the government to regulate the price, and not only the price, but they have to check food safety, safe food, the healthy food, and that is the policy of the government. And the ministry, whether it is within the Ministry of Agriculture or you have a separate Ministry of Food Processing, like in India we have a Ministry of Food Processing, and this the government has to make the Food Safety Authority and should make some standards and all. So when you make any standard, not only the price index and all, but at the same time, it has to be in collaboration with the food scientists, some universities, collaborate with the universities. So they have to get to make a standard, it should be a scientific standard. What the people, what they need it, how much, because the balanced diet is already defined by the FAO, WHO and all. But besides that, now there are so many food supplements like the bioactive compounds, the antioxidants, the probiotics. These are all very important because this will shape our the whole life, the lifestyles and all. I think if government can make, it is not a one-day task, but if the government can initiate some proposals, and same time, like in our country, in India, we have the Ministry of Science and Technology, and they give a lot of projects to the universities, to the food industries to work on certain food to make some bioactive compounds, some information on the food. Similarly, in Indonesia, I think you must be having that, or if not, the government can invest on that. And at the same time, the private companies, the multinational companies can also contribute to the project and all. I think this has to be worked out and all. So this is just my suggestion.
Answering my last questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately our time is up. It is already 12 p.m. in Indonesia. Now it's we are approaching to the lunch time. So thank you again. Thank you very much for sharing your view, Professor Govindan, Kanan Govindan, Professor Jyoti Prakash Tamang, and then Dr. Maria Laura Franco Garcia. Thank you very much for that nice discussion, and then hopefully all the participants also can benefit from your view or your sharings in this session. Again, thank you very much, and then I wish you a healthy life, and then a good luck with your next endeavors, and then safe flight when you go back to your home country. And except for Professor Tamang, who's still in India. Okay, thank you very much, distinguished speakers, and then I will bring back to the moderators. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Thank you very much to our speaker and moderator for the insightful presentation. And now I will invite Professor Parikesit, the chairman of the Center for Environment and Sustainability Science, Padjadjaran University, to present and pass the certificate of appreciation for our speaker and moderator. To Professor Parikesit, di situ aja, di kesini aja. Nanti. I will call your name one by one. Bapak duluan, Bapak masuk dulu. Bapak dulu, nanti satu-satu. Okay. For the first one, for Professor Kanan Govindan from University of Southern Denmark. We would have the photo session first. Thank you. And next for Dr. Maria Laura Franco Gracia. And next, our moderator, Dr. Daniel Sierra Namual. And next for the last one, for Professor Jyoti Tamang from Sikkim University, India. We will show the certificate on the screen. The Professor Jyoti Tamang, please wait for a bit. Okay. 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 Thank you very much, Professor Sid, for passing the certificate. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will do the second photo session. Before we come to the break session, please kindly turn on your camera and be ready. Okay, we will begin the photo session in 3, 2, 1. Okay, one last time. 3, 2, 1. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we're coming up to our break session for about 1 hour. While we are on break, we will present to you the poster from our participant, and please be note that our next session will start at 1 p.m. Thank you very much for your attention, and please have a break. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to today's conference. And next, we will do the next agenda, the second plenary session that will be led by our moderator, Mr. Adi Nugraha, SPMSC. First of all, please allow me to introduce our moderator. Mr. Adi Nugraha, SPMSC, as lecturer at Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Padjadjaran. Agriculture, Social Economic at Universitas Padjadjaran 2010, and Master in Development and Rural Innovation, Wageningen University 2015. As researcher, in Center for Institutional Innovation, Universitas Padjadjaran Research Center, Research Assistant, Center for Agricultural Policy and Agri-Food Studies, Universitas Padjadjaran Research Center, Research Assistant in Department of Agricultural Economic, Michigan State University, Researcher justifying the need for palm oil grow in Indonesia Ministry of Agriculture, Researcher in incentive mechanism formulation for LP2B program in West Java, and Researcher Farmers Corporation Assessment Program in Bandung Regency. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Adi Nugraha. To Mr. Adi Nugraha, please, the given is your.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Adi, and I will lead today's discussion in the second section of Conference on Sustainability Science. In this session, we will talk about how the sustainability are incorporated through gender equality, of community sovereignty and cultural diversity, and the actors' perspective on climate challenges and social resilience. In today's session, we will have three speakers. Please allow me to introduce them first. The first one is Professor Natalia Yakovleva. Sorry for my pronunciation. She is a professor of strategy at Cage Business School. She holds a PhD degree in environmental science, and she is currently a member of the Center for Sustainability at Cage Business School. She is also an associate member of Resourcing Future Generation Initiative of the International Union of Geological Sciences. She is also international coordinator of the Greening of Industry Network. And then aside of that, she's also an editorial board of Extractive Industries and Society, which is published by Elsevier. And also in Business Ethics and Environmental and Responsibility, which is published by Wiley. And her research interest lies in the waste management in Brazil, Ghana, and India, examining indigenous people's rights in Russia, and the studies material stewardship, corporate social responsibility, and governance in the extractive industries. But today's Mrs. Yaklovleva cannot be here today, but she's joining us through the Zoom online meeting straight from which country? But yeah, we'll move on to the next speaker. Our second speaker is Dr. Iwan Setiawan. He is currently a senior lecturer at Faculty of Agriculture in Universitas Padjadjaran. He's also currently a head of agricultural economics master's study program, and he's also the chair of the Indonesian Agribusiness Study Program Association. Currently, he is teaching sociology, communication, youth counseling and development, regeneration, and brain gain. He is also the writer of several books. The books that he have authored are Creative Agribusiness, Dynamics of Community Empowerment, Food SOEs, Postmodern Agriculture, Community Development 4.0, Development Extension 4.0, Agricultural Development 5.0, and many more. And our speakers, the third speaker, came straight from Tokyo yesterday, day before. Okay, Dr. Osamu Saito, Saito Sensei, hajime mashite. He is currently a principal policy researcher at the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. He's also an academic director at the United Nations University Institute for the Advanced Study of Sustainability. He's also a lead author on intergovernmental platform on biodiversity and ecosystem services. He's currently an editor of the Sustainability Science Journal, published by Springer Nature. He's also currently a visiting associate professor at the University of Tokyo and visiting professor at the University of Philippines. He also wrote several books and journals, including Sharing Ecosystem Services, Building More Sustainable and Resilient Society, Managing Socio-Ecological Production Landscapes and Seascapes for Sustainable Communities in Asia, Mapping and Navigating Stakeholders, Policy and Action, and Assessing, Mapping and Modeling of Mangrove Ecosystem Services in the Asia-Pacific region. So for today's discussion, in the first discussion, we have talked about the sustainability in a more macro perspective about how the food and the cities are the circular ideas applied in the cities affected in sustainability of environment. And in today's discussion, we will start with probably Mr. Saito first, or Pak Iwan first. Mr. Saito first, is it okay? No problem, okay. We will talk about the climate challenges, biodiversity, and social resilience, which is very important in maintaining our sustainability and in the future. Please, Mr. Saito, the place is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for providing me this great present this talk at this very important conference on the Sustainable Science 2020. Actually, so I joined the first conference on the Sustainable Science 2014. And this is, so after 8 years, I'm very happy to come back here and then provide the latest, the research outcomes, outputs from my previous project, including the case study in Indonesia and Japan. the topic I was asked to cover is biodiversity, climate change, and social resilience. So let's start the next slide, please. Oh, oops. Oh, okay, this one. So before going to detail, this is my kind of the bio note. So as the chair already explained, there's a few books relating to this today's topic. So mainly today I'm going to talk about the outcomes from the two previous projects, which is also the produced two books, Resilient Asia and the Strategy for Building Resilience Against Climate and Changes in. Also, as Chair mentioned, that I'm the managing editor of this the journal, Sustainability Science, which started 2006, and it initiated by the editor-in-chief, Professor Takeuchi at the University of Tokyo, and he moved to the United Nations universities. I also myself also joined United Nations University, and in 2020 I moved to the current institution, Institute of Global Environmental Strategies, and then also this journal is also affiliated with myself and Professor Editor-in-Chief Professor Takeuchi, and the impact factor is now 7.1. And it's increasing. And this is a interdisciplinary journal which promote not only the purely academic research, it more promote integration of the natural and social science to produce the more solutions for the society in collaboration with the various stakeholders. So co-design, the co-creation knowledge, the solution is important part of the aspect of this journal. And we publish nearly 200 articles per year. We're receiving more than 800 articles per year. And the acceptance ratio is around 20 to 30%. So it's quite competitive, but this is a very good, one of the leading platform for the sustainable science research. So the first project I would like to introduce is Resilient Asia. This is a strategy, the project name is Strategy to Enhance Resilience, Climate and Ecosystem Changes, Utilizing Traditional Bioproduction System in Rural Asia. It's conducted 3 years from 2011 to 2013. And actually, when I was invited here in 2014, most of the things are already presented in 2014. So this part, I don't want to spend much time, but those who couldn't join the 2014 meeting, I would spend some time. So this is a bit larger project with 3 institutions participating. The University of Tokyo worked on the first theme, which is a research adaptation on research on adaptation of the bioproduction to climate and ecosystem changes. So how the climate change affected by agricultural productions. And second theme is the research on the resilience. So how the resilience can be also affected or through the traditional knowledge and also technology. So we investigated different type of the traditional bioproduction systems, how measured how it is resilient or not. And third topic is the research on the crop production system in harmony with the biodiversity and nature. So the 3 research institutes worked on this project, and then this is the one I focused on. So we worked on 3 countries, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and Vietnam. And in case of Indonesia, we selected the Pekarangan system. It's a tropical home garden system as one of the case study site, and also case study, and also the Kebun Talung. It's a combination of the system forestation and the slash and burn cultivation. So these 2 systems we investigated, and also not only in Indonesia, we did a kind of comparative study, the collecting case study Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and Vietnam. And then in order to understand what kind of the different ecosystem services, the ecosystem services that the benefit people receive from nature. So there's a different type of the ecosystem services provided by such traditional bioproduction system, including home garden, especially the home garden system in 3 countries. And we also try to understand what the demographic condition, and also how those the home garden system can provide the income and also other the benefits to people. And also we try to understand how it is affected by the climate change, climate and socio-ecological changes, and also how the home garden can provide some coping mechanism to adapt the climate and ecosystem changes. And then we published the review paper from the Journal of Ecosystem Services in 2013, which already attracted more than 100 citations. So I think this is one of the very popular articles investigating different ecosystem services from different home garden system in 3 countries. And we also developed this in the layout, the typical layout diagram. So in the Pekalongan system, it consists of these, the houses surrounding the fruit trees, and then other type of the species. Also the fish pond is also located within the home garden system. And when it comes to the back system in Vietnam, is also similar. It has the pond and orchard and the trees. And it has provide bundle of the various ecosystem services. So the common feature of 3 countries are summarized in the left. It's the source of the higher resilience by providing different type of the benefits and alternatives. So it will also be useful for unforeseen checks or sudden shocks, including economic crisis, like induced by the Ukraine and the Russia, the crisis. And also it can also provide a new business, including using some sort of the certification system, international certification system. And it also has some unique characteristics from 3 different countries. I'm not going to detail, but we did such the survey in 3 countries, and we also came up with the more detailed list of what kind of the provisioning services, regulating services, and the cultural services provided from the different home garden systems. And these more details are included in the review papers which we developed. And then this is not part of the paper, but we also came up with this kind of the different option ladder, kind of the steps from household level, community level, regional, national level to international levels. So we identified, based on the interviews and also based on the stakeholder discussions, we identified some of the key the options to enhance resilience against the climate and the ecosystem changes. So at the household scale, some of the incentive or multi-cropping, multiple ecosystem services could be useful. And when it comes to community, the crop variety, increasing crop variety or animal control or the soil erosion could be the useful options. When it comes to regional, national, improvement irrigation system or introduction payment for ecosystem services will be option. And the international level certification systems played a very important role to make the local agriculture practice into more environmentally friendly or sustainable. And then this is a very short sum of what we did in the first the Resilient Asia project. And second one is that almost at the same time, we started the similar framework similar project in Africa, focusing on Ghana as a sub-Saharan area. And this one also the focus on Ghana, but we developed this more common framework to generate the useful or effective the resilience measures by collecting the different the maps. So climate change the maps, and also flood simulation maps, and also the land cover, land use maps, and the maps of the ecosystem services. We overlay based on the field work and based on the remote sensing analysis. We lay out different those maps, and then we try to come up with also in consultation with the stakeholders. We come up with the different interventions, and then we also come up with some principle to how we can implement those identified kind of solution or interventions. And then also we came up with a different resilience measurement criteria. So this is applicable not only to the Ghana or Sub-Saharan Africa. This can be applicable to the other part of the world. And then we divided the resilience into 3 dimensions. One is ecological resilience, which capture the ecological features. So the species diversity, landscape diversity will be the part of that. And then also we capture the engineering resilience dimensions, which is the monitoring or the engineering, the solutions on how the irrigation systems are introduced, or how the flood the risks are measured by using engineering technologies. And when it comes to the socio-economic resilience, we consider the multi-stakeholder participation, institutional arrangement, ecosystem service use and management, alternative sources for the livelihood, the livelihood diversification, income source diversification is also part of that. So we came up with those criteria, and also to meet those the criteria, we also came up with identify some of the potential interventions to improve the criteria. Then we applied this measurement assessment to some of the communities in the study area in Ghana. So this is an example of the 2 communities. Those 2 communities are located very close in the same district, but even in the same district, the community's performance of the resilience quite different. So as you see that the community A, the score is indicated in blue, and the community B scores indicated in red. As you can easily see, the community B's the resilience score is much lower than the community A, which implies their overall resilience level is lower. And also we identify then in order to improve those resilience performance, what kind of interventions are useful. So these are also identified in around the circle, in the square box indicate potential measure. And then the useful measures also for community B, circle, not circle, the square, the building block color is red. And then useful intervention for community A's, the square is blue color. So I'm not going to detail, but we conducted the similar resilience assessment in the 10 study communities in Ghana. We applied it and identified the useful, the effective interventions. We also have the local workshop with the community members, and we get the feedbacks how they can implement. And also we trained the local farmers to implement some of the identified solutions, including this diversification livelihood, promoting the peppers, okra introduction, and also the honeybee productions. I heard that the part of our project in Indonesia right now, the honeybee is also one of the very effective solutions. So we are also looking for progress in Indonesia regarding the honeybee, the introduction. And then this started as a lead PR. Indonesia, Professor Parikesit, Philippines, Indonesia, we started this new project. We called it ITMOB project. It stands on the integration of the traditional and modern bioproduction system for sustainable and resilient future under climate ecosystem changes. So due to the time constraint, I'm not going to detail, but this project logo is also used in this conference. And then I guess some of the relevant the presentation will be delivered as a part of the parallel session. So you may hear more, but I just very quickly show the summary of the project. So we are looking for how we can integrate existing traditional system and the modern production system, and we hopefully by the end of the project we come up with some of the new kind of hybrid system which can contribute build resilient and sustainable local communities in the study area. And then we've been working on the project through the 6 work package. I'm not going to detail, but this is include the scenario buildings and the modeling part, and also the intervention part, and also this supposed to contribute the capacity building with the younger early career researchers. So we workshop and also the local consultation and workshop. So you can check our website information about the project, who are the members, and also what kind of research publication is already presented, and also what kind of events, including the training seminars, and then some of the training seminars are recorded, and you can also listen. You can watch the video, recorded video. So these will be the one of the useful platform. More about our project. Okay, so this is a very last few slides about the case study in Sado in Japan. It's one of the biggest remote island located in the North Japan seaside, and it's designated a very important agriculture system because it's a Japanese symbolic bird, the crystal ibis, Nipponica nippon. And they also, but they have suffering the population decrease, rapid population decrease, out migration from island to the urban areas, and also because of that, there are many paddy fields are abandoned. And so we throughout this project, sorry, I'm gonna skip this. Throughout this project, we are now running developing the population simulation models up to 2050, and which area we're gonna lose the population from the island, and also this island is facing the aging population is increasing. So on the right hand side, we also try to identify which area of the community is facing aging problem seriously. So these are what we have been doing right now. And then they also try to understand where is the abundant farmland will increase within the island, and how it will affect the habitat for the crystal ibis. So the crystal ibis is very symbolic bird, and we try to the balance between the farmland development or farmland maintenance and the crystal ibis conservation. So in order to balance between the two, we try to simulate and map out this the research result, and then try to propose useful intervention. So actually, after this mission, I also joined the local workshop to discuss about what is the useful and effective solution for the local for Sado Island. Okay, so I'm gonna stop, but internationally, there is a new concept of nature positive economy or nature positive world has been discussed since 2020. The nature positive means we need to, unlike climate change, proposing nature neutral or the carbon neutral. but not maintaining that. When it comes to the nature, it has to be the positive. So the recovering trend should be important. So the world community need to be, flip the downward trend to the upward. So that's a nature positive concept. And I think we need to shift here to make our society nature positive. So that's the kind of final, and this is a summary of what I talked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saito Sensei, for the very interesting topics that you've discussed. You've talked about enhancing resilience through the promotion of different ecosystem services, and then you've made a framework for assessing resiliency of the society, which is, yeah, I've done it myself, and it's not an easy task to do. Are you familiar with the work of Quant, the livelihood, rural livelihood analysis?
Yes.
Yeah.
We also, based on those existing, framework, sustainable library. Okay. Yeah, so based on the sustainable resilience, the framework and also the OSOM's frameworks, and we using all those different framework regard.
Yeah.
And also we look for some other, the literatures and localize it to meet.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, we will talk about it later in the discussion session. So yeah, thank you for Mr. Saito for the presentation. We will now move on to Professor Natalia. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah. I would like to apologize to you. You were supposed to be the first one.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, thank you.
So is it okay if I share the slides?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
But I heard that you have some video to show us. Are you going to?
No, I also recorded this presentation on video just in case.
Okay. Please, Natalia.
Right. Okay. So if you can see my slides, right?
Yeah, it's very clear.
Yes. Thank you. So thank you very much for inviting me. Welcome everyone. And thank you for inviting me to the conference on sustainability science. My name is Natalia Yakovleva. I am from Cage Business School. I'm based in campus in Paris, France. And today I'm going to talk about global governance and social justice. So I'm going to examine decision-making around an important issue such as gender equality as an example of social justice. I'm going to present a framework of analysis that we've developed with colleagues on that we call salience and institutional analysis and design. I'm going to cover a couple of topics. First, about environmental governance in general. Secondly, about the institutional analysis and design and salience. Then I will focus on gender equality as a dimension of social justice using Sustainable Development Goal 5, and zoom in on the case study of gender equality in artisanal and small-scale mining in Ghana. Ghana has been mentioned before today by Isamo, so that's very interesting. So I'm going to present the assessment and some concluding remarks. And I would like to acknowledge my colleagues, Professor Diego Vasquez-Bruce from Portsmouth University in the UK, Francis Arthur Holmes, and Kwako Abrafa Busia from Lingnan University in Hong Kong, as we develop this study together. So what is environmental governance or governance in general? We take a definition from governance as a process of decision-making that involves multiple actors, such as governments, businesses, industries, communities, and other groups. When we talk about environmental governance, we really talk about management of natural resources and dealing with environmental challenges. So when we talk about environmental challenges, that could be climate change or environmental pollution. When we talk about natural resources, one of the interesting aspects to examine is the management of common pool resources. Common pool resources are examples: forests, pastures, fisheries, artisanally mined minerals. These resources have important attributes, such as rivalry between actors over consumption and use of these resources, and difficulty of excluding actors from accessing the resource. Unregulated consumption of common pool resources may lead to environmental degradation and conflict between the actors. So it is important to strike a balance between conflicting interests, and these decisions are called governance solutions. Elinor Ostrom and colleagues emphasized collaboration as an important solution for solving conflicts between competing interests of actors. We take the institutional perspective on governance, and solution in this case is a configuration of exclusions, entitlements, and various rules on resource consumption. So the solution aimed to establish and change institutions to reduce conflict. So institutional analysis and design is developed by Elinor Ostrom and colleagues, and it is applied to common pool resources, and in many cases the work is conducted in developing countries where the management of natural resources is a mix of formal regulation and informal rules. And the informal rules could be customs, traditions, and such. The interesting part of this analysis design framework is that the rules and decisions are made at several levels and also cover several functions of resource consumption. And the important part of the framework is monitoring the interactions between the actors. There are three potential solutions to conflicts over natural resources. The first one is a state-led solution, usually a legislation or policy. Community-led solution, often it's about collaboration. And co-management solution. Co-management solution could be between different parties, communities and company, community and government. So just to explain before, the important part of finding solution is about establishing and designing rules that would guide behavior of actors that are accessing the resource. So beforehand, there are two forms of rules. The first one is the formal rules, which are laws and regulation. They're spelled out and usually developed by legislative bodies and designed by governments. And informal rules, and these are difficult to change. They are also very long-standing, and this is how things are done. They include cultural, religious norms, and code of conduct. For any successful resolution to a conflict between the parties, any governance solution should fulfill four important functions. The first one is authorization of resource users. This includes rules who can be authorized and excluded from resource consumption. Number two is regulation of authorized use. This includes rules of entitlement assigned to authorized users, explaining accepted uses, distribution of benefits and costs of resource use. Number three, after you've designed wonderful rules of who can access and how they can access, the third one is about monitoring and enforcing those rules. So they are repeated over time, and there are penalties applied for breaching the rules. And the final one is design and modification. No solution is perfect and everlasting. So there should be an opportunity to revise the solution. Design and modification about who and how can reconfigure rules and institutions. So the framework is consistent of 3 interlinked levels of institutional interactions. The first one is operational level, and this is very important physical level of interaction where actors actually directly influence the physical environment. So if we talk about the water dimension, that could be withdrawal of water from the water bodies and reduction or pollution of the water bodies. Collective choice level is a little bit higher level of interaction, a little bit more group type of interaction. For instance, in terms of water management, it could be water basin authorities. And third level, the higher level, constitutional level, this is the level where higher level order rules are designed. And this level might include national government, federal government, legislative bodies that are designing legislation. So here the rules designed here affect collective choice and operational level. So our addition to the institutional analysis and design is consideration of the interaction of participants and how they judge each other in the decision-making process. So we borrow from a concept of stakeholder salience from management literature. Salience is an important actor judged on the basis of 3 attributes: power, legitimacy, and urgency. So when important actors in the governance, in environmental governance, make decisions, they are often guided by the salience of other actors. Should they take those actors and their interests into account? So this is our addition to the institutional analysis and design. So salience also not stable. It's affected by the interaction of different parties, and it also penetrates from operational, collective choice, and constitutional level. So to reiterate, there are important functions of resource consumption, whether we talk about water, forests, land, pastures, or minerals. Authorizations of use, who can access the resource, regulation of use, what can be done with the resource, monitoring of the rules, the questions of why and how, and the last one is design, a modification of solution. So for a successful governance solution to an environmental conflict between the parties, these 4 functions should operate from constitutional level to collective choice level and to operational level. So all actors should understand the rules and follow the rules. So when we talk about the social justice, I think there is no better source for principles and tenets of social justice than sustainable development goals. Environmental governance solutions really should establish and change institutions to reduce conflict, but also importantly to achieve social justice, respect human rights and principles of equality and inclusion. And for a governance solution to be successful, it should follow principles of transparency, accountability, and participation. So in my presentation further, I'm going to focus on Sustainable Goal 5, gender equality. Gender equality means that women and men enjoy the same rights and opportunities across all sectors, including economic participation and decision-making. The goal comprises of 9 targets and 14 indicators that aim to achieve gender equality and empower, importantly, all women by eliminating gender disparities, discrimination, and violence. In economic sense, it implies equal treatment and distribution of benefits to men and women in the workplace. and the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 5 aids progress towards other SDGs. So we can monitor how Sustainable Development Goal 5 is embedded in governance solutions on resource use and environmental issues. So this framework allows to do so. I'm going to take example of artisanal small-scale mining as an example of common pool resource. It's very developed sector worldwide. Around 15 million people are employed directly in the artisanal small-scale mining. This activity happens throughout the world, and communities, individuals mine various minerals, including gold, precious stones, and other minerals. It's fairly labor intensive, uses rudimentary techniques, but it also is increasingly modernizing and mechanizing. It is usually informal, that means it's unregulated, or miners operate without formal licenses from the state. And there are many conflicts or environmental issues related to the activity, such as conflict with large-scale mining companies, farming activities. This mining can cause environmental pollution, and there are a lot of women working in the sector. So there are two pictures here I have. The top one is women from Brazil, in Brazil, washing emeralds, and at the bottom, women in Ghana working in the gold mine. Gender discrimination is something that has been highlighted in the literature and something that should be eliminated in the artisanal small-scale mining. I'm focusing on the case of Ghana. Ghana has a traditional activity of gold mining dating back for centuries, but it has increased since the 90s and 2000s due to increase in gold prices. So it becomes lucrative for communities to join mining, usually informally, without holding licenses and working on or around concessions given to large mining companies. So there is a clear conflict of access to the resource between formalized large-scale companies and informal miners. There are up to 300,000 people working in this area, both licensed and unlicensed. And one of the major challenges is formalizing of this activity, environmental pollution, social impacts. So environmental degradation caused by this activity is quite widespread. So none of these mines are really recultivated at the end of the activity. They use quite a lot of water for washing the gold, and they use also mercury that pollutes the local water streams and has health hazards for the local communities drinking the water around the mines. There are both men and women involved. There are also concerns about health and safety and the role of women in the management and the consumption of these resources. So looking at the governance solution to the resolution on conflict, and conflict is usually here when we talk about the mining, is between the government, the local communities who mine, and the mining companies. And there are three types of solutions that are developed. The first one is a government solution that aims to formalize the informal mining, but in the efforts to subvert the uncontrollable informal mining, they have recently introduced a ban on all illegal mining. That means that the communities are face even further hardship when they continue mining. So prosecution and maybe sort of policing from the government. The second solution to the conflict, to the use of resource, is a community solution. And it's still going on, an informal mining where it is locally negotiated with community leaders and traditional custodians of land. So I've taken this picture from one of the postcards in Ghana. gold is really embedded in the community. They have indigenous knowledge on how to mine gold, and it has been, part of the culture. So it's not something that is external. It's very much within the community. And the third one, a potential solution, is a co-mining, when some companies collaborate with small-scale miners on concessions to allow small-scale miners to continue their operations on the areas that are not touched by the large-scale mining companies. This is maybe an imperfect solution because concessions legally cannot be passed on to other parties. So these are the types of solutions that can be suggested to the conflict. So in order to analyze the achievements of social justice principles, and in this case, gender equality, we suggest to use the framework in 3 steps. The step number 1 is to assess functions and levels of environmental governance. So I've already mentioned the functions: authorization of resource users, regulation of authorized use, monitoring and enforcement, and design and modification. And I've also mentioned the different levels of governance system: operational, collective choice, and constitutional. So we can trace and ask questions whether principles of social justice are achieved across functions of resource use and across institutional levels. So on authorization of resource use, we ask, are women included or excluded from this function at operational level, collective choice level, or constitutional level? Do women benefit from resource use? Can women be involved in distribution of benefits? Do women participate in roles of monitoring, enforcement, and conflict resolution? Do women have access to these functions at collective choice and constitutional levels? And finally, do women have a say in changing solutions or making suggestions for altering the solution at operational level, collective choice, and constitutional level? The second part of the assessment step would be to look closely into the Sustainable Development Goal itself. And it's very helpful that all Sustainable Development Goals have targets, so we can look whether this specific target is achieved or there's any progress towards it by and if any of the solutions offered by the community or the government actually addresses this target. So let's take target number 5.2. Eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private spheres, including trafficking, sexual, and other type of exploitation. So we can look at the community solution, such as informal mining. Does this solution eliminate all forms of violence? Are there any rules that prohibit any of these forms of violence? And also looking at the government solution ban on informal mining. Does the ban eliminate all forms of violence? And we find that potentially no, because when you ban an activity, it even goes clandestine, and the position of women can be worsened. And the final one, formalization of mining. Does the formalization of mining eliminate all forms of violence? And the final step in the assessment is to go really across and merge all these 3. Looking at how to improve the functions and how to integrate Sustainable Development Goals across different solutions. So this could be applied both to gender equality in various contexts, if we talk about water use, forestry, and other common pool resources, but we also suggest that this type of assessment can be used for all different types of Sustainable Development Goals that relate to the use of natural resources or talk about environmental governance. So here I summarize the steps in assessing the progress towards achieving sustainable development goals and looking at the different functions and levels of institutional decision making. We are looking at the solutions, and then we are all combining all of those and comparing the solutions and proposing new suggestions. So my concluding remarks would be the assessment of progress towards sustainable development goals or sustainable justice principles can reveal inconsistencies and shortcomings of existing solutions developed by the state or communities. The problems to the implementation of social justice principles may exist at all different types of level: operational level, collective choice, and constitutional level. For the governance solution to be successful, rule changes need to penetrate all of these levels of interaction, from constitutional to the operational. And also we note that governance solution can coexist. Both state and community solutions can be implemented at the same time. We want to stress that enacting principles of transparency, accountability, and participation can reveal the barriers to achieving conflicts and also can promote the enablers. And the successful solutions require efforts to develop fora and skills for deliberation, assess the needs, interests, and capability of actors. And in order for the solutions to be progressed further, it is important to resource this solution, to fund this solution across all different functions. Thank you very much for your attention. If you're interested more to learn about this framework and how it's applied, you can have a look at our recent paper in Environmental Science and Policy that has been published in October 2022. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Natalia, for the presentation. It's very interesting and gave us and the audience also very new insights and rich insights on how gender equality are still kind of being marginalized in although it's very important in the SDGs, but still it's not taking into account that seriously in the operational level. Yeah, but then we will have further discussion in a discussion session. For now, we have to move on to our third speaker, who is Mr. Iwan Setiawan, and he will present in Indonesia, in Bahasa Indonesia. That is why for those who speaks English or who cannot understand Indonesian, then you can turn on the interpreter option in the Zoom settings and select the English interpreter. Oke, silahkan Pak Iwan.
Baik, terima kasih. Saya akan menyampaikan topik tentang kedaulatan komunitas dan saya akan menyampaikan topik tentang kedaulatan komunitas dan keragaman budaya. Ini studi dinamika, kedaulatan pangan, dan keragaman budaya pada masyarakat Nusantara. Berbicara tentang keberlanjutan, keberagaman, dan kedaulatan. Ini tertuang di dalam SDGs, dan sudah sejak tahun 2015, SDGs ini diharus utamakan oleh PBB dalam berbagai aspek kehidupan. Secara teoritis, keberlanjutan sosial, ekonomi, dan ekologi yang terkandung di dalam SDGs itu akan terwujud dalam sebuah ekosistem, baik komunitas maupun bangsa, jika keberagaman diciptakan. ada kekhawatiran SDGs yang sudah 7 tahun diimplementasikan ini mengulang apa yang terjadi pada MDGs. Namun demikian, kita perlu untuk menyampaikan masukan-masukan, ya, terutama dari kondisi lokal yang dia harus utamakan dalam globalisme, ya, bahwa perwujudan SDGs tidak bisa dilakukan secara general. Artinya kita perlu menyampaikan prasyarat-prasyarat untuk mewujudkan SDGs tersebut. Salah satunya kita perlu menciptakan keberagaman. Pada kenyataannya, keberagaman, kemandirian, dan kedaulatan ini semakin terpinggirkan oleh keseragaman yang menciptakan ketergantungan dan pengendalian. Ya. Keseragaman ini bisa kita lihat dari semakin kuatnya pengaruh utamaan dari explicit knowledge, ya, termasuk di dalamnya inovasi, metode, teknologi. Sementara tacit knowledge-nya sendiri itu kurang diangkat ke permukaan. Jadi tidak seimbang. Oleh karena itu, mewujudkan SDGs dalam era disruptif itu perlu memperhatikan keberagaman, kemandirian, dan kedaulatan atau otonomi. Kemandirian dan kedaulatan atau otonomi komunitas yang mencerminkan keberagaman budaya layak ditawarkan sebagai gagasan alternatif atau state of the art. Kenapa pangan dipilih? Ya, karena dari 12, ya, karena 12 dari 17 tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan itu terkait dengan pangan. Maka pembahasan kedaulatan, kemandirian, dan keberagaman akan difokuskan pada aspek pangan. Pangan juga sengaja diangkat ke permukaan karena memberi warna yang luar biasa terhadap berbagai aspek budaya, terutama di Indonesia, atau yang lebih dikenal dengan Kepulauan Nusantara. Tulisan ini disarikan dari penelitian-penelitian yang dilakukan secara historical maupun studi kasus. Ya. Secara historis kita mengambil 60 tahun dari implementasi revolusi hijau di Indonesia, kemudian untuk penguatannya menggunakan studi kasus pada masyarakat adat yang ada di Provinsi Jawa Barat. Penelitian historiografi dilakukan dalam kurun waktu 60 tahun, terutama pada masyarakat Indonesia di 33 provinsi, sedangkan studi kasus dilakukan pada masyarakat adat. Ya. Teknik studi heuristik dan dokumentasi pada historiografi diperkuat dengan data primer, hasil wawancara mendalam, diskusi terfokus, dan observasi partisipatif pada studi kasus. Kedaulatan komunitas pada era disruptif, ya, itu menemukan momennya karena tidak lagi didominasi oleh kekuatan-kekuatan korporasi, termasuk kekuatan negara. Di sini ada keberagaman, ya. Kemudian ada komunitas di dalamnya, kemudian ada keamanan budaya dan ketahanan budaya, termasuk di dalamnya adalah keamanan dan ketahanan pangan. Tetapi bagaimana memposisikannya agar kedaulatan itu terwujudkan secara berkelanjutan. Untuk itu kita menggunakan paradigma yang berbeda dari yang harus utamakan selama ini, baik positivistik maupun post-positivistik. Kita menggunakan paradigma postmodern, terutama kita mengacu kepada ekologi kebebasan, ya, yang berdasarkan kepada nilai budaya dan keidealan. Bagaimana otonomi iptek, ya, kemudian otonomi komunitas, ya, kemudian spesifikasi lokal, kemudian kemandirian komunitas, kemudian pemenuhan kebutuhan dan diversifikasi budaya diintegrasikan. Ya. Kita mengembangkan pertama adalah di era disruptif ini kemandirian subjek itu menjadi penentu, ya. Tetapi muatan-muatan yang dikembangkan yang memungkinkan dilakukan oleh komunitas dalam lingkup dalam dan luar negeri yang lebih luas, sebagaimana dulu terbangun dalam masyarakat Nusantara, itu dikembangkan dalam kekuatan kemandirian lokal. Kemudian kemandirian komunitas, kemandirian logistik, dan kemandirian yang berkaitan dengan sosio-ekologikal. Ini kita menyampaikan tentang urgensi dari sebuah diversifikasi budaya. Kerangka berpikir tentang kedaulatan dan keberagaman pangan, saya pikir semuanya sudah tahu, ya, bahwa kedaulatan pangan itu hanya akan terwujudkan dengan diversifikasi pangan. Diversifikasi pangan yang bagaimana? Tentu saja yang berdasarkan kepada kemandirian pangan. Kemandirian pangan itu diperkuat dengan ketahanan pangan dan keamanan pangan. Jadi intinya ada pada diversifikasi pangan dan kemandirian pangan. Cerita tentang keragaman budaya dalam kedaulatan komunitas sejatinya sudah dipaparkan dalam Babat Tanah Jawi, ya. Ini ditulis oleh W.L. Oltop, ya. Kemudian Kidung Sunda dari Wirasutisna, kemudian Kepulauan Nusantara dari Welles, kemudian Sejarah Jawa dari Raffles, dan Nusa Jawa Silang Budaya dari Dennis Lombard. Ya. Nusantara ini sudah tercipta berdaulat dalam berbagai hal, terutama pangan. Ya. Sumber karbohidrat itu berlimpah, ya. Sumber protein juga sama. Ya. Begitu juga minyak nabati, rempah, dan tanaman obat. Kemandirian dan kedaulatan memberi warna terhadap ragam budaya, termasuk rumah, pakaian, kuliner, kemudian pengetahuan dan teknologi lokal, dan sebagainya secara timbal balik. Jalur Sutra Lama, ini gambaran tentang jalur Sutra Lama, ya. Itu berpangkal di Nusantara dan berujung di Bizantium, di Romawi. Siapa yang tidak kenal? Ini tercipta karena apa? Karena kemandirian lokal, ya. Berbagai macam produk pertanian, termasuk pangan, itu mengalir dari Nusantara. Ya. Siapa yang mengembangkan? Bukan sebuah korporasi, tetapi lebih digerakkan oleh komunitas-komunitas yang juga mandiri, gitu. Dan ini menjadi PR bagi generasi era bonus demografi Indonesia, terutama bagaimana komunitas-komunitas itu mampu membentang jalur sutra baru yang sebetulnya sekarang sedang diciptakan juga, gitu, ya. Baik melalui jalur darat, jalur laut maupun jalur udara, termasuk memanfaatkan ruang baru yaitu ruang virtual. Namun demikian, kita melihat sejarah, ya. Dari kajian sejarah, kita bisa melihat bagaimana degradasi kedaulatan bangsa dan keberagaman pangan terjadi di Nusantara ini. Saya menyebutnya hilangnya masa terang oleh homogenisasi dan anarkisme modern. Saya meminjam istilah Lewis Cole, ya. Kalau kita melihat dari abad ke-1 sampai dengan abad ke-17, ya, itu keragaman masih mendominasi dan tidak pernah terkabarkan adanya kelaparan, kecuali ketika ada bencana letusan gunung api misalnya. Kita hidup dalam keberagaman. Pangan sangat beragam dan memberi warna kepada sosial budaya masyarakat di Nusantara ini, ya. Baru kemudian abad ke-18 homogenisasi terjadi, terutama di Pulau Jawa. Jadi abad ke-18 dan 19 ini masa transisi. Jadi konversi ladang dan sawah ke perkebunan, terutama kepada komoditas impor, ini sudah terjadi, ya. Homogenisasi pangan terjadi di Pulau Jawa, terutama di daerah-daerah yang lahannya dikonversi oleh komoditas perkebunan. Kemudian pada abad ke-20-21, ini terutama di 60 tahun terakhir, ini masa homogenisasi. Jadi hampir semua pangan, ya, baik itu pangan sumber karbohidrat, kemudian pangan sumber protein maupun sumber lemak atau sumber minyak, minyak nabati, kita masuk dalam homogenisasi. Ya. Kita tahu pangan itu dihomogenkan kepada padi ya, dari Sabang sampai Merauke sekarang. Kemudian untuk komoditas perkebunan itu hampir dihomogenkan kepada sawit. Kemudian untuk peternakan kita dihomogenkan kepada ayam ras misalnya. Dan ini masif sekali gitu ya. Dan sampai sekarang masih berlangsung. Ini merupakan sebuah paradok jika dibandingkan dengan tujuan SDGs yang hendak diwujudkan. Keberlanjutan tanpa keberagaman, apalagi dengan jumlah penduduk Indonesia yang mencapai 276 juta ya. Ini merupakan sebuah tantangan besar. Akankah bertahan dengan homogenisasi? Ini perlu dipikirkan ulang. Ya. Kalau kita bentang ya, dari abad ke-16 sampai sekarang, kita masuk dalam industri pertanian 1.0. Itu terjadi homogenisasi pada komoditas. Jadi komoditas-komoditas yang diminta oleh pasar itu dihomogenkan. Kemudian pertanian 2.0 ya. Ini juga sama. Kita mengarah kepada homogenisasi pada input produksi. Kemudian selanjutnya ini masuk ke pertanian 3.0, ini masuk ke pengendalian dari metode dan teknik. Kita masuk di modernisasi tetapi dari yang diharus utamakan oleh multinational corporation. Kemudian sekarang masuk kepada pertanian 4.0 ya. Kita masuk ke pertanian yang begitu maju, begitu canggih, tetapi inovasi yang didesain secara internal atau yang boleh dikatakan dalam lingkup bangsa ini tacit knowledge-nya atau local innovation itu tidak seimbang dengan explicit knowledge atau inovasi dari luar. Ini merupakan paradok juga jika dibandingkan dengan upaya untuk mewujudkan kemandirian, ya. Tidak menawarkan sebuah keberagaman baru gitu ya. Ini implikasi dari homogenisasi dan anarkisme modern di Indonesia secara keseluruhan. Kita melihat dari aspek biodiversity. Gitu ya. Kalau kita bandingkan antara Indonesia bagian barat dengan Indonesia bagian timur, di bagian barat itu sudah masuk kategori bronze ini. Ya, untuk biodiversity. Meskipun Indonesia itu nomor 2 untuk biodiversity daratan dan nomor 1 untuk lautan. Siapapun mengakui, tetapi kenyataannya mengalami erosi. Kemudian di wilayah timur kuning, meskipun lebih baik dibandingkan dengan di wilayah barat. Kemudian sekarang untuk teknologi dan metode budidaya, ini juga sama. Di bagian barat sudah merah, ya. Sedangkan di bagian timur sudah relatif masih abu-abu gitu ya, gray di sini. Tetapi kalau kita bandingkan, wilayah timur relatif lebih baik dibandingkan dengan wilayah barat untuk berbagai aspek dari budaya lokal, terutama yang berkaitan dengan pangan. Ya. Ini gambaran kalau kita kaji secara historis dalam 60 tahun terakhir ya, bahwa proses homogenisasi itu berjalan dari Pulau Jawa keluar Pulau Jawa ya, dan sekarang sedang berlangsung di wilayah timur. Jadi di daerah Maluku dan Papua. Dan kalau kita kaji lebih dalam lagi, homogenisasi ini seiring dengan masuknya impor pangan ya dalam berbagai hal. Maka ini menjadi tantangan, menjadi ancaman juga untuk implementasi SDGs ini. Ya. Kemudian kalau kita lihat dari faktor-faktor yang menekan pangan ya secara umum itu tidak hanya datang dari homogenisasi sebetulnya. Ada banyak faktor termasuk dari lingkungan eksternal ya, dari alam. Nah, kalau kita perhatikan kondisinya untuk heterogenitas di Indonesia ini merah kategori terutama untuk wilayah barat ya, apalagi Pulau Jawa. Ya. Namun demikian, pada kenyataannya pada masyarakat lokal di sini ternyata keberagaman itu masih tetap dipelihara ya. Meskipun arus utama penyeragaman begitu deras, ini di Jawa Barat ya. Jawa Barat itu merupakan daerah yang paling dekat dengan kota Jakarta. Masyarakatnya sangat heterogen, tetapi eksistensi komunitas lokal, terutama masyarakat adat, masih tetap bertahan. Bahkan untuk satu masyarakat adat, misalnya Cirende, yang lokasinya berada di kota Cimahi ya. Ini sebuah kota, tetapi masih ada masyarakat adat. Dan dia tetap sampai sekarang bertahan dengan rasi namanya ya, nasi yang dibuat dari ubi kayu gitu ya. Dan dia masih bertahan ya. Dan posisinya sangat kuat. Yang hijau ini kuat, kemudian ada yang dibangkitkan. Misalnya warung kondang, kemudian kampung kuta ya. Ini ada tetapi dibangkitkan. Kondisinya rentan sebetulnya. Tetapi ini merupakan upaya bahwa arus utama untuk membangkitkan kemandirian dengan ciri khas keberagaman itu berlangsung sampai sekarang ya. Ini kalau lihat dari eksistensi kedaulatan dan keragaman budaya pangan pada masyarakat adat di Jawa Barat, kita bisa melihat bahwa komponen budaya pangan lokal itu sangat kuat ya. Padahal ini adalah masyarakat yang ada di Pulau Jawa dan di Jawa Barat yang notabene menjadi daerah penyangga ibu kota gitu ya. Kalau kita bandingkan dengan jumlah penduduk Indonesia yang besar, maka kita bisa berkaca kepada negara-negara yang juga menerapkan keberagaman. Artinya, meskipun diambil dari kajian lokal, bukan berarti kita akan melakukan generalisasi dari sisi masyarakatnya, tetapi bagaimana konsep keberagaman itu bisa digunakan pada level negara. Ini contoh misalnya, Turki adalah sebuah negara yang tadinya tergantung kepada gandum, tetapi sekarang menerapkan keberagaman pangan. Begitu juga India. Nah, Indonesia dengan jumlah pangan yang cukup banyak, lebih banyak daripada India dan Turki, sebetulnya lebih berpeluang untuk mewujudkan kedaulatan dan keberlanjutan pangan dengan cara mengarus utamakan keragaman tadi. Ini merupakan globalisme saya pikir ya. Kemudian ini untuk proses transformasi, saya pikir ini tahapan-tahapan yang tadi bagaimana keberagaman itu tereduksi oleh kebijakan-kebijakan yang bersifat begitu dominan ya di Indonesia. Misalnya kebijakan pada padi. Tetapi kebijakan ini tidak terlepas dari intervensi program pembangunan secara global. Jadi bagaimana sekarang kita membaliknya, saya pikir ada ruang kosong di antara 4 dan 5, dan itu bisa dilakukan di era disrupsi, yaitu dengan mengembangkan komunitas yang tadi. Kemudian kita harus menggeser paradigma ya untuk mewujudkan kedaulatan dan keberagaman ini dengan postmodern. Kita tahu era disruptif ini era berbagi, berkolaborasi ya, tetapi ada aplikasi di sana. Kemudian yang kedua ada komunitas. Bagaimana masyarakat adat ini sebetulnya tidak statis. Mereka pun mengadaptasi explicit knowledge misalnya, tetapi mereka tetap menyeimbangkannya dengan tacit knowledge, dengan pengetahuan-pengetahuan yang dimiliki oleh mereka. Yang penting bagi mereka adalah bagaimana menciptakan keseimbangan. Dan ujungnya adalah memanusiakan manusia. Artinya berbagai aspek lokal itu tetap dihargai sama seperti mereka menghargai aspek-aspek yang datang dari luar. Di sini tidak ada penolakan, tetapi mereka menciptakan sebuah keseimbangan. Ya. Kemudian penting juga untuk melakukan konvergensi institusi atau modal sosial. Bagaimana lokal global dan fisikal virtual itu disatukan. Ya. Seperti pengetahuan, metode, teknologi, kelembagaan, dan modal sosial itu mengalami integrasi antara tacit dan eksplisitnya. Kemudian diversifikasi ini pun diciptakan menjadi lebih beragam, bukan hanya pada komoditasnya, tetapi pada produksi, pada konsumsi, pada distribusi, pada peningkatan nilai tambah, dan juga pada upaya untuk meliterasi kepada generasi. Ya. Sebagai penutup, ya, saya menyampaikan tidak konklusi, tetapi proposisi saja dari hasil penelitian kualitatif. Ya. Yang pertama ini, selama diversifikasi membudaya dan melembaga, kedaulatan dipastikan tercipta. Keragaman produksi, pengolahan, dan konsumsi pun menumbuhkan kedaulatan pangan. Ya. Ini diambil dari studi kasus pada masyarakat adat. Diversifikasi produksi dan pengolahan pangan itu mewarnai kuat diversifikasi konsumsinya, namun tidak berlaku sebaliknya. Karena diversifikasi konsumsi yang dilegalkan secara formal oleh pemerintah, itu ternyata lebih kepada diversifikasi konsumsi tanpa disertai dengan diversifikasi produksi. Ini tidak seimbang, tidak menciptakan kemandirian. Kini eksistensi ketiganya tereduksi keseragaman, ya, baik produksi, konsumsi, maupun dari sisi distribusi. Baik pada sumber karbohidrat, lemak, maupun protein. Bukan hanya komoditas lokalnya yang tereduksi, tetapi juga pengetahuan, teknologi, metode, dan seni budayanya. Selama 50 tahun revolusi hijau, mohon maaf, 60 tahun revolusi hijau, erosi diversifikasi pangan itu menjalar dari Pulau Jawa keluar Pulau Jawa. Kemudian dari wilayah Indonesia bagian barat ke wilayah Indonesia bagian timur. Jadi di timur relatif lebih kuat. Namun pada masyarakat adat di Jawa Barat yang tetap mempertahankan keragaman budaya, kedaulatan komunitas itu tetap tercipta dan terjaga. Jika pada komunitas adat yang berada di Pulau Jawa saja ya keragaman budaya masih tetap menciptakan kedaulatan, apalagi pada komunitas adat di luar Pulau Jawa. Ini terkesan generalisasi, tetapi kita mengangkat konsep diversifikasinya. Jika pada skala komunitas saja keberagaman budaya dapat menciptakan kedaulatan dan keberlanjutan, maka pada skala bangsa dan negara pun seharusnya bisa. Maka ini merupakan sebuah upaya globalisme, ya. Bagaimana mengangkat upaya-upaya yang dilakukan oleh masyarakat adat ke level yang lebih tinggi. Tentu saja kita dalam era bonus demografi ini perlu juga mendorong bagaimana komunitas-komunitas generasi era bonus demografi memperluas sayapnya ke luar Indonesia, seperti generasi bonus demografi yang menguasai jalur sutra di zaman Nusantara dulu. Mungkin itu yang dapat saya sampaikan, mudah-mudahan bisa dipahami. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Pak Iwan, for the presentation. So, during his presentation, Pak Iwan highlighted the importance of locality and heterogeneity in a farm level, and also in a consumers level and a society's level, in ensuring the sustainability for food system. But then he also made some remarks in how the development in practice is more promoting homogeneity, which contradict the premise. So for today's discussion, we have had all of our speakers, and then we will now move on to the discussion sessions. I will now open the floor for any participants who want to ask questions. So first, Sama, can you read the questions? The first question is from Fatima for Dr. Saito and Pak Iwan. The first question is, she said, we understand that several problematic issues related to interaction among humans and between human and non-human result in rivalry and trade-off in resource use. Do you have such a model or framework in analyzing that interaction?
In our study in Asia, especially in Sri Lanka, we detected one of the challenges that human-wild animal conflict, and due to the religious vision, they cannot remove the monkeys and other animals. And then at that time, we didn't prepare any specific framework, but we also discuss some of the technological options to make away those, the wild animals. But as the term of the assessment framework, no, we didn't use any, or we didn't invent any framework. Yeah.
But what if you have to accept? Do you have any knowledge on?
It could be the part of the. We can also consider the putting it as one of the ecological resilience matters, and also the engineering resilience matters. So combination of of course, we need to get harmony with the number of the wild boars, the number of the wild animals, also because of the human development. So not only the looking at the ecological side, we also need to look at social and also engineering aspect. And in terms of engineering aspect, there is some available technology to make away those animals or protect farmland by using electric fence and other means. So the combination of the different mechanisms to increase the ecological resilience and then ecological and the engineering and social resilience. The combination of those are important.
So yeah, Ibu Fatimah, it seems that there is a room for novelty in generating
so,
such of
yeah.
such frameworks, such as as it's not that commonly studied yet. Maybe, yeah. Okay. So the second question is also for you.
Okay.
Oh, for Prof. Natalia, sorry. In most developing countries, Natalia, are you there?
Yes, yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
This is a very good question. Yes, so in most developing countries, for several times, informal businesses has been developed due to resource constraints, and including women business. What do you think? The appropriate strategy to improve informal business, including women-owned, which still maintain the sustainability and social, economic, ecological principles. I think it's very good question. I am very supportive of women-owned businesses, whether they are informal at the time of their inception, as long as they are not illegal and not against prohibitive legislation. But yes, we recognize that in developing countries, a lot of economies, functioning economies, are not fully covered by the legislation or licensing. There are a lot of businesses that are informal, such as trading stalls and production, catering businesses, certain services that are not fully covered or formalized yet. But we should really promote and encourage women businesses, because women developing businesses, they are raising incomes and then reinvesting and contributing to their communities, to education of children, to their families. So, and also these efforts improve the community well-beings, because these are the efforts to raise communities from poverty. So in this case, I think certain strategies to promote sustainability is to promote the role of women, is to promote the entrepreneurship, is to promote access of women to credit, and promote the protection of their rights. So actually helping women is helping sustainability. So that's my short answer to this. Thank you.
And again, if we take on further to the discussion of the role of women in ensuring the well-being of the family, and then their role, like often that role being barrier for them to engage more in business or any other value creation activity. What do you think about that, especially in developing countries? Like,
I don't think there is any conflict between being a woman, being a mother, and being a businesswoman. These are not contradictory roles. These are the roles about the nurturing and about growth and about value creation, really. So women are not doing that out of independently of what is the status of women, whether they are single, married, mother, grandmother. Independent of this status, women should have access to their self-realization, whether that would be through business, education, employed work. So, and we heard today about cultural diversity. So there are a lot of ideas that are created within women networks, and they add to cultural diversity. So encouraging female-led businesses is very important, because obviously they bring back to the community, they're improving their well-being, and they bring cultural diversity to the market as well.
yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you, Natalia, for the response. And we move on to the next question for Pak Iwan.
Yes.
So what is the panacea? So apa suggestion Pak Iwan Bapak gitu, kira-kira solusinya apa terhadap homogenitas sekarang di Indonesia?
Terima kasih dari Ibu Fatimah ya. Dan ada juga pertanyaan selanjutnya itu terkait dengan bagaimana mengobatinya, bagaimana memulihkan kondisi pangan di Indonesia yang sudah masuk dalam keseragaman ya. Sekarang era disruptif itu sebetulnya memberi peluang tadi kepada komunitas, termasuk UMKM, usaha mikro kecil menengah, termasuk yang dikelola oleh perempuan tadi. Jadi sekarang itu menemukan momentumnya untuk tadi bagaimana sekarang kita mengembalikan Indonesia yang memang secara alami besar dalam keberagaman. Maka yang harus dilakukan pertama kali adalah membalik budaya masyarakat dari homogenisasi kepada heterogenisasi, kepada keberagaman. Karena keberagaman ini masih potensial untuk dikuatkan. Bagaimana meliterasinya? Tentu saja dari tingkat pendidikan usia dini sampai dengan pendidikan tinggi. Kita harus melakukan literasi, tentu saja tadi harus ditunjang oleh kebijakan pemerintah. Ya. Bahwa sekarang itu pangan itu disentralisasi. Maka tugas pemerintah adalah bagaimana sekarang mendorong pengembangan pangan itu ke otonomi. Nah, dalam konteks otonomi ini adalah memberikan keleluasan kepada setiap daerah untuk memulihkan pangannya, ya, dan mencitrakan kembali pangan lokal itu tidak seperti dulu artinya. Di sini harus bagaimana mengurangi anarkisme padi, ya. Jadi bagaimana dominasi padi ini harus dikurangi, bahwa padi itu bukan segalanya. Nah, kesalahan di kita itu padi itu menjadi begitu dominan sehingga secara sosial budaya pun statusnya itu seolah-olah lebih tinggi. Padahal yang harus ditingkatkan oleh kita adalah bagaimana pangan yang boleh dikatakan kandungannya tidak lebih baik daripada padi itu ditingkatkan. Itu kita memiliki sumber protein yang beragam, ya. Kemudian juga minyak nabati yang beragam. Nah, ini bagaimana meningkatkan nilai tambahnya ini supaya nilai gizinya pun setara dengan padi, sehingga status sosialnya di masyarakat meningkat juga. Ini adalah PR besar bagi kita, terutama yang ada di dunia pendidikan dan media. Sekali lagi ya, dalam konteks pentahelik, ini peran-peran yang dilakukan oleh akademisi, peneliti, dan juga media, itu sangat sentral untuk memulihkan keberagaman ini. Kalau tidak, kita akan tertekan dengan perubahan iklim yang begitu hebat. Kerusakan lingkungan. Indonesia itu ada dalam jalur cincin api. Itu sangat rentan, ya. Jika terjadi, mohon maaf, sekalipun kita tidak menginginkannya, kalau terjadi gempa, kalau terjadi letusan gunung api, itu dampaknya terhadap stok pangan, distribusi pangan, itu akan sangat signifikan. Oleh karena itu, maka kita harus memulihkan keberagaman. Nah, dalam kerangka pendekatan pembangunan era disruptif ini, maka kita harus mendorong juga proses berbagi dan berkolaborasi itu untuk mengembangkan ke arah keberagaman tadi itu ya. Bagaimana komoditas-komoditas pangan lokal yang secara historis itu tumbuh besar pada masyarakat, misalnya di Papua gitu ya, atau misalnya sagu di Maluku, atau misalnya pisang, sukun misalnya di Kalimantan, itu dihidupkan kembali gitu ya. Dan itu sangat penting ya, tentu saja membutuhkan dukungan dari berbagai pihak. Saya pikir itu solusi yang harus kita lakukan di era disruptif ini ya.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Iwan. Bisa langsung dilanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya karena memang masih untuk Pak Iwan.
Ya itu, ya oke. Bagaimana dengan tadi ya? Ini sebetulnya sudah terjawab. Bagaimana target pemerintah itu lebih kepada ketahanan pangan. Kita bisa melihat, mohon maaf ya, agak mengkritik tentang kebijakan pemerintah, dibentuk Badan Pangan Nasional. Di sana tidak muncul terminologi tentang diversifikasi produksi. Yang muncul secara eksplisit adalah diversifikasi konsumsi. Tidak salah, tetapi ini pasalnya meral ya, pasal karet istilahnya. Karena apa? Di sana lebih memberi peluang kepada impor pangan. Saya tidak mengkritik terigu gitu ya, tetapi pertanyaan saya, adakah sejengkal lahan yang ditanami gandum di kita? Tidak ada. Maka kita harus lebih menghargai tadi bagaimana keragaman pangan lokal itu didorong. Pertama dari sisi produksinya. Ya. Kalau sekarang sisi produksinya tidak didorong oleh kita, bagaimana masyarakat bisa mengkonsumsi? Baru setelah itu kita masuk kepada akses. Tentu saja dalam prosesnya kita tidak bisa dilakukan secara sporadis. Toh proses degradasinya pun atau erosi keragaman pangan ini berjalan hampir 60 tahun. Ya, di Pulau Jawa misalnya, atau misalnya 40 tahun, 30 tahun di luar Pulau Jawa. Dan untuk memulihkannya pasti membutuhkan waktu yang juga tidak sebentar, tetapi sekarang dengan adanya komunikasi, dengan adanya media, saya pikir membangun kesadaran itu bisa dilakukan melalui berbagai media tadi, terutama media sosial ya. Ini mungkin solusi yang kita tawarkan. Sambil berjalan, ketahanan pangan tetap dijaga, tetapi jangan terlalu tadi. Dominasi impor itu seolah-olah menjadi penting, padahal tidak pernah disinggung. Dominasi terigu itu tidak terasa, padahal itu menjadi sangat hebat di Indonesia. Sekarang posisi nomor 2. Nah ini pada kita tidak memproduksinya gitu ya.
Thank you for the answers. Are there any other questions from the audience? It's late, but we still have 4 more minutes. Or any other questions? Any other questions from the audience? If not, then I just want to ask to Natalia. You presented the case in the mining industry. Have you ever done any study in the agriculture, extractive industry?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, I've done studies in the food industry. I've looked at the food industry in the UK, looking at the supply chain of locally produced products.
And do you find any difference in the mining industry and in the agricultural industry in terms of the role of women in rural areas, especially? Do you find any?
No. I did not look at the farming in rural areas applying this framework, but this framework potentially can work for that too, because it does talk about the access to natural resources, whether that's land, whether that's water or forestry. So yes, if you would like to apply this to farming activities and the role of women, absolutely. I can help you out, so let me know.
Thank you. But then back to Mr. Osamu, then what do you think about the role of women here in, for example, in the resilience of a household or a community?
Okay, thank you. Actually, as a part of our project in Ghana, we also investigated the shea butter production that is mainly collected by the shea tree is produced shea nuts. And the shea nuts collection normally collected by the women. And they also mash it, boil it and mash it, and then make it butter. And it's used for the cosmetics and it's imported. So it's a very good income source for women. So we also measure how those, all the processes, how long women spend for collection and all mashing and also the making butters. And then we measured it and also propose how to improve the efficiency of the shea butter production in collaboration with the women's group, and then also came up with how to improve the quality of the shea butter so that they can sell at a higher price. So yeah, through that one, we also had a very good experience, and then also propose a very good way to propose how to improve efficiency and quality at the same time, and also the reducing the dependency of the environment by reducing the timber they use. So in order to process the shea butter, they use a firewood. So in order to improve the efficiency, also contribute the reduction of the firewood and CO2
Yeah,
emission.
the emission.
So those will provide not only the benefit to the women, but also the benefit to the environment. So that that is one of the case from Ghana. Yep,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you. It is very interesting, but unfortunately, the time is too short for us, and we have to close the session. But maybe we can continue in another time. Thank you to all speakers, Osamu, Natalia, and Pak Iwan, for the presentation and discussions. We hope that we can open up our perspective towards the sustainability science and continue to in a better way in our endeavors for the more sustainable future. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Thank you, Natalia. Yeah, nuhun Kang Iwan.
Thank you much to our speakers and moderator for the full presentation. And next, I will invite Dr. Matt Setiawan, FM, as the Dean of Graduate School Pajajaran University, to present and pass the certificate of appreciation to our speaker and our moderator. To Dr. Setiawan, the time is yours. Oh, jadinya waktu. Masuk dulu.
Ya, sayanya duduk.
Okay, the certificate will be passed from the Vice Dean of our graduate school, Pajajaran University, to Dr. Ira. Please welcome. And for the first one is for Dr. Osamu Saito from the University of Tokyo.
On behalf of Rector, I would like to thank you for the presentation today. It will be great for us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, for the second one is for Dr. Iwan Setiawan from Universitas Pajajaran Indonesia.
Nuhun pisan, terima kasih banyak. Nuhun Pak Iwan. Kita dulu mungkin. Ya. Ya. Oh.
Okay, and for the third one is for Mr. Adi Nugroho, our moderator from Universitas Pajajaran. Oh, Adi Nugraha.
Terima kasih Pak Adi Nugraha. Semoga bermanfaat ya. Terima kasih. Cukup ya?
And for the last one is for Professor Natalia Yakovleva via the Zoom, and we will show the certificate online.
Well, for Professor Natalia Yakovleva, I would like to thank on behalf of Rector on University of Pajajaran. Thank you very much for the knowledge and presentation, great presentation today. We hope it will be continue next year. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much to Dr. Ira for passing the certificate. And ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive and inspiring time together today. I hope you found this conference informative and helpful. And let me conclude this event on behalf of the committee by thanking you once again to the Honorable Professor Dr. Diego Vasquez from the University of Portsmouth, the UK, as our keynote speaker, the Honorable Professor Kanan Govindan from the University of Southern Denmark, Professor Jyoti Tamang from Sikkim University, India, Dr. Laura Franco Gracia from the University of Twente, the Netherlands, the Professor Natalia Yakovleva from KJ Science School, France, Dr. Iwan Setiawan from Universitas Pajajaran, Indonesia, and Dr. Osamu Saito from the University of Tokyo as our invited speaker. And the Honorable Dr. Martin Daniel Siaran Namuel and Mr. Adi Nugraha from Pajajaran University as our moderator. And thank you to all participants for joining today's hybrid conference on Sustainability Science 2022, Sustainability Science and Globalization in Zoom and live in Graduate School Building Universitas Pajajaran, Bandung. We all hope you have been enjoying yourself at the conference so far, and let us be guided by all the things that we learn and hear throughout the conference and be able to influence our future. And now we will do the next agenda, the parallel session. You could access the break room as guided on the screen based on the schedule letter that we will share. And ladies and gentlemen, from the deepest of my heart, I do apologize for my mistake in presenting this event. And I'm Dwi Putri Handayani, signing off. Thank you so much for your kind attention, and please stay safe and healthy. And I hope you enjoy the parallel session. Goodbye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Itu tadi ke ruang 2 ya.